you, Ms. Honorable. Good morning, everyone. You may call the witness, Ms. Nadia Chetty. I think you need to administer the oath again after the long weekend.
Please give your full names to the court.
Lourentia Lombaard.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
Nee.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do, so help me God.
I do, so help me God.
Witness sworn in, my lord.
Thank you. The witness will be seated. Ms. Lombaard, are you ready this morning?
Yeah.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
Right, I thought when I went through my notes on the weekend that we could recap before Mr. Harmse proceed with the cross-examination.
Ek het gedink die tyd wat oor die naweek laat ek weer met motors gaan, sodat voor ons begin wat er gebeur wat na die lang naweek.
Are you happy with that?
As ek gelukkig met daarmee?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
I also thought to do it in a different way.
Ek het ook gedink om op 'n ander manier te doen.
So just relax, listen to my questions, and let's try and tighten things down.
Jy moet net ontspan, luister na my vrae soos om dit goed aan te doen. Verstaan jy?
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
If I understood your evidence correctly,
As ek kies wat hy is gedekker, verstaan jy?
the main player was Ms. Smith Kelly.
Die hoofspeler is mevrou Kelly Smith.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
She came up with a plan and she first told Mr. Apollos Buddha whilst you were standing outside and you overheard this plan.
Sy het gekom met die plan en dit die tyd op terwyl hy buite gestaan het, die tyd wat hy vir meneer Apollos sê wat dit is.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Can somebody maybe just adjust the microphone for the witness so that we can also hear her answer on record? Thank you. And the way I understand it from what you heard, he wasn't really interested in the beginning.
Soos ek, as ek correct verstaan het, hy was interessant geweest in die plan in die begin.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Because he said something in the vein of ek het die lus vir jou nonsens nie.
Want ek iets gesê van ek is die lus vir nonsense. He said something that I'm not to do for your nonsense.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now I'm going to stay with Mr. Apollos for a moment.
Ek gaan net by meneer Apollos bly vir 'n rukkie.
He did nothing more but to go along and to help with the cover-up on the Monday.
Hy het niks meer gedoen nie, net om saam met die plan te gaan om die hele ding op te kakker.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Furthermore, you can't say anything that he was involved in the disappearance.
Verder, ek kan nie meer sê nie, of meer sê nie van die verdwijning van die kant nie.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Turning to Mr. Van Rijn,
Ons gaan nou na
Stefano,
meneer Van Rijn toe gaan nou.
on the face of it, it looks as if he was only there by chance.
As ons nou kyk, hy was net daar by die kans.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Like yourself.
Soos ek.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
He didn't say much, he didn't do anything.
Hy het baie gesê nie en ek het gesê niks te doen nie.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
The only thing that you can say was he was prepared to accept his 1,200 rand at some stage.
Die enigste ding wat ek kan sê is dat hy sy 1,200 rand te kry op 'n sekere stadium.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Of course, you didn't get your money and you And you don't know whether he got anything.
U het nie jou geld gekry nie en u weet hoe jy die geld gekry of nie.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And I take it you don't know what he told the police
En ek sal
after the 20th, after the 19th.
Ek sal neem dat u weet nie wat het hy vir die polisie gesê nie na die tot die 19de nie.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So you can't say anything whether he was in fact part of the cover-up.
So u kan niks sê dat hy was deel van die hele ding te kan nie.
That's right, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Then to Ms. Smith,
Sorry, my lord, the witness is asking me, requesting me to speak a bit loud, my lord.
good. Turning to Ms. Smith,
As nou na mevrou Smith toe gaan,
she came up with a plan.
sy het opgekom met die plan.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And when Mr. Apollo said he doesn't want to be part of her nonsense, she said now she's going to follow her own head.
Die tyd wanneer Apollo sê dat hy nie deel is van 'n strooide van ons is nie, toe sy gaan maar voort gaan.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
She was the one on the Sunday, according to you, that took Jocelyn to the car.
Sy is die een wat op die Sondag van Joshlin na die kaart geneem het.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
She gave all the instructions about keeping Jocelyn at home and that she will come back round about 2 on the Monday.
Sy is die een wat instructies gegee dat die Joshlin by die bly en sy self terug om so 2 uur se kant.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
She was the one that packed the bag and also took Jocelyn to the car on the Monday.
Sy is die een wat die sak gepak het en sy is die een wat ook Joshlin na die kaart geneem het die maandag.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Who was the person that said you guys must keep quiet and go along with the plan in telling the police all this other nonsense?
Wie was die persoon wat gesê het die julle moet voorgaan op saamgaan met die plan en julle moet nie die polisie aan die vertel nie?
Dit was ek en Boeta en Stefano.
But who came up with that plan? I'm
Maar
sorry.
ek was myself, Boeta en Stefano, maar jy het met die plan gekom.
Kiali.
Kenny, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Aronson. I think that ties it down a lot more.
Thank you, my lord. Yes. I have other questions, sir.
Yeah. You've already put it to the witness that your client knows nothing about the plan. He wasn't there on the Sunday. So that takes that out of the way.
Indeed, my lord. What I would like to just inquire from the court is in respect of the video of the confession. Are we going to view the video?
Exhibit 1.
Exhibit R. Exhibit 1 is the video of Exhibit R, correctly?
Well, it's here. I don't know whether you're going there, whether there's any need to go there from your side. Because you've covered that on Thursday, didn't we?
We did, my lord, but in light of the evidence that the witness gave on Monday, the 17th of March this year, where she corrected items or aspects of her confession. It's very clear in my humble submission.
Well, we can play the video, but we've gone through it step by step on Friday, on Thursday. What are the corrections you want to go to?
My lord, I think the most important one is the evidence in the confession about how many times according to the witness's evidence, the polo was there on Sunday. And who went to the polo?
She's now on Thursday told us, and we've confirmed it in the summary that I've just gone through with her, that your client didn't go to the polo.
Yes, indeed, but it doesn't take away, my lord, that she, on the one hand, said that he went, on the other hand, said he didn't.
We have that on record.
Yes.
So you can argue it at the end of the day.
Thank you, my lord.
We don't have to rehash all the evidence.
Thank you, my lord. I'll then.
And unless it's absolutely necessary, I'm not going to allow us to waste time to replay it again.
Thank you, my lord. I'll proceed then on Monday.
Yeah, thank you.
Miss Lombaard, I'm going to take you back to Monday morning, your evidence about Monday morning, the 19th of February 2024. You recall that now?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Just to say shortly, your evidence that you got up early in the morning and you did your homework.
Can you please repeat that?
Your evidence led that you got up that Monday morning early and you did your homework, your huiswerk.
Is het waar die maandagochtend hier vroeg opgestaan in Israël?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Just tell me, as I understood from your evidence earlier, you usually make food for Ayanda in the morning.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Did you make food for him that morning?
That's correct.
That's correct.
And you took it to the car wash?
That's correct.
That's correct.
And when did he go to the car wash? Ayanda.
When
Ayanda was done dressing up to went to work.
And does he always go at the same time?
No, he did not go at the same time to work.
What time does the car wash open?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. 7.
So what time did you take his food? Or did he eat at home?
I took the food to the car wash.
At 7 o'clock?
7. No, sir.
What time?
Dus ik moet hier gezegd door dat daar was iemand op een kamer zo komen als je het gaat emulatie dus 7 o'clock.
And I told you, sister, that someone came from the car wash and I asked someone, that person, what time it was, and the person said that it's 7 o'clock.
You did not give us that evidence on Monday. You gave us that evidence about what happened on Sunday.
Hier dit is also clearly dat dit op maandag gebeuren het gesê dat dit gebeuren Sondag.
What is your reply?
Seems to be confused. Remember, there were 2 days. The one was the Sunday.
And even though there were 3 days, it was the Sondag.
That's correct.
That's correct.
That culminated in these arguments later at Kelly's house.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
That's where the question arose whether you had the children with you or not.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So where we are this morning, on this Monday morning today, we put the Sunday behind us.
That's correct.
We're dealing today with Monday morning, the day that Joshlin was taken to the car at about lunchtime by Kelly that you testified about.
Ons staat ook aan die maandag nie, die maandag Joselyn was aan die kant geneem die Kelly.
That's correct.
Now that Monday morning, can you remember what time Ayanda left for the car wash?
En ik had nou 9 maanden voor hoe laat hij aan de car wash toe gaan.
Ik kan niet onthouden, meneer.
I can't remember, sir.
Did you take food to him that morning, the Monday morning?
Ik ook also neem mijn maandag toe gaan.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now what time do you know that you took the food?
Hoe laat is die weer? Als die weer hoe laat ik also neem ook.
Ik is ook niet zeker wanneer hoe laat is het geweest.
I'm not sure what time it was, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord.
Haramsa.
My lord, the witness is indicating to me that she can't hear what I'm saying.
Okay. Could you hear that, Ms. Lombard?
Kan je dit ook horen?
Ik kan nog.
Good.
Nou, ik heb je maar doen.
Okay, let's try again.
Thank you. Ms. Lombard, I just want to ask you, I'm not going back to Sunday, but I do want to ask you, after that whole episode on Sunday that you gave evidence about,
En dan nog niet aan de zondag toe te doen. Die hele dingen die getuigen op gezegd wat er die zondag.
did you talk to Ayanda about what you, according to your evidence, experienced at Kelly and Buddha's house on Sunday?
En ik heb jou gezegd op de taal wat ik gezegd wat ik deed aan de hele dag. Ik kijk in de huis zondag.
Nee, ik wil vertellen.
No, I didn't tell you.
Now, your evidence led that there was a polo at least once. In your confession, it refers to twice at or opposite the car wash.
Can you please repeat that?
Your evidence
And is it a famous?
led that on Sunday there was a polo opposite or near the car wash.
En is het een polo of boerderij waar de kouwers was?
That Sunday,
Bij zondag.
according to your evidence, only once. According to your oral evidence, according to your confession information, it was twice.
En is er een besloot en zoals die kouwers en die polo was naar één keer. Maar is er een kennis dat ze wat doen?
May I please object to this? Firstly, we have now dealt with Sunday. We keep on going back to Sunday. Secondly, that is not the only interpretation, and that is also not the evidence of this witness. According to this witness, the polo was there, and Kelly went there once. Kelly with Joshlin. According to the confession, if one reads it, one can hear that or see that the polo was there. At first, the first trip was taken by Kelly and Buddha and Joshlin, or Kelly and Buddha, and the second trip was only Kelly and Joshlin. But it's not to say that the polo was there twice. The polo could have been there on one occasion and remained there for both the trips. That's an interpretation of the confession. It does not necessarily say that the polo was there twice, and it never was this witness's evidence that the polo was there twice on the Sunday.
Yes, Mr. Haramse, any response?
Yes, my lord. In terms of her confession, it is very clear that the polo was there twice on Sunday. I know that the state led the witness's evidence on Monday the 17th this year, that the witness then said that when she referred to her inner confession to maandagoggend, it was actually, she meant Sunday morning. That is why I asked about the video. It is very clear in the video. If one listens to the video, on video 002 at 34 minutes and 12 seconds that there was a discussion between Captain Solier and the witness regarding, before she started with that paragraph maandagoggend, regarding and confirming, okay, we are now at Monday morning.
All right, so
It was
leave
not
it.
written down.
Just leave it.
Thank you, Mark.
That question for now. Do we have the facility here to play the? We're not going to play it immediately. When Mr. Arumse is finished, if it's before the break, we can put up the equipment. If it's if you're still busy during the break, we can put up the equipment. I take it one can play it off a laptop.
My Lord, unfortunately, I learned this morning that Colonel Morris had taken the data projector and the screen with him when he left here on Thursday. I have requested the investigating officer to see if we can perhaps source those facilities from.
We don't necessarily have to have it on the screen. We can open it up on a laptop, and I can open it up on my iPad.
My Lord, I'm hoping that the local LCRC office perhaps can assist us with those facilities. I have requested the investigating officer to try to make arrangements.
So let's see what we can do. If we can't do that, we'll use our own equipment. Mr. Arumse, leave the video now. Go on with your other questions. We can get back to it.
As it may please the court, my lord.
You have it on your laptop there.
I do have it, yes.
And are you at that spot?
No, I'm not there. I can go there, my lord.
Okay, so when we take a break, you can find it. And I will bring my equipment in, and we'll find it. If we really need to go there.
Yes, yes.
Because I thought we dealt with it, but...
We did, my lord.
Yeah, we did. So I don't know why you want to go there again.
I want to point out that the correction that she made,
Mr. Harms,
is only the one part.
we don't have to repeat questions. We've dealt with that issue on Thursday. But if you want to waste time, feel free. But carry on with something else.
I will carry on, my lord. You said that Ayanda that you didn't tell Ayanda about Sunday.
You asked the question, she answered the question.
Yes. Now, what I'm asking you now is, did Ayanda approach you about having seen a car or cars outside in the form of a white Polo outside his car wash on Sunday?
So it's easy that you for Ayanda gesê word van hierdie stop na gee. Maar het Ayanda vir u genader om gepraat oor 'n voertuig Polo wat ons aan sy op sy car wash gestaan het?
Nee, my Lord.
No, my lord.
Okay. As I started off with your evidence about Monday morning that you sent, that you said you went to Kelly's house.
Dus ek begin dit met die getuienis in maandagoggend en u het gesê u het na Kelly se huis toe gegaan.
You were asked by the court what time that was, and you said you don't know, but it was before the children went to school. You recall that?
Ons het ek het vir u gevra hoe laat was dit, toe sê u kan nie onthou nie, maar toe het ons vir u gevra, toe sê u dat dit was voordat die kinders skool toe gegaan het.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And do you know, did you at that stage and today, can you remember when the school started in the mornings?
En u onthou op hoe laat die skool begin daai oggend?
7:30, 8 o'clock.
7:30, 8 o'clock.
Okay. So your evidence then says that you were at Kelly's house before the school started, so you were there at 7:30, between 7:30 and 8 o'clock.
U sê u was daar by Kelly se huis voordat die skool begin het of voor die kinders skool toe gegaan het, so u was daar gewees voor 8 uur.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now you asked, your evidence led that you asked Kelly why Uta and Joshlin didn't go to school. Why did you ask?
No.
Yes.
Buddha, as far as I know, Buddha wasn't a learner anymore. So why should she ask Kelly why Buddha didn't go to school?
No, sorry, I mean Requin and Joselyn.
The evidence was that she asked Kelly why the children didn't go to school.
Yes, that's what I'm meaning.
Yeah,
I
but you said
misspoke
Buddha.
there. I just misspoke there. I mean Kelly. You asked Kelly. Your evidence was you asked Kelly why did Requin and Joselyn, you didn't mention them, but why did children go to school? Why did you ask her that question if you were early enough there before the children had gone or would have wanted to or should have gone to school? Why did you ask that?
Hoekom het u Kelly gevra hoekom is kinders nie skool toe nie?
Kan u dit gou weer verduidelik asseblief?
Can you please explain it to me again, sir?
The time that you said you were at Kelly's house,
Die tyd dat u sê u was by Kelly's huis,
if it was any time, the children would have not have left for school yet. But yet,
as het by enige tyd gewees is, die kinders van die skool toe gegaan het, maar
To simplify it, and it's also an issue we dealt with last week,
en om makkelijker te maken, ons het ook gepraat oor dit laat week,
because I asked you.
want ek het vir u gevra.
thank you, my lord.
So you were there before the schools would have started the morning.
U was daar gewees voordat die skool so begin te daai oggend.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
The question is, why would you then ask Kelly why the children didn't go to school? Because they could still have gone, because it was still before school time.
Nou die vraag is, hoekom het u vir Kelly gevra? Hoekom is die kinders nie skool toe nie, want hulle is nog nie gehad om skool toe te gaan, want die skool was ingegaan.
Die tyd dat ek vir Kelly gevra het, dus sien ek Kelly is nog nie beperkt van die kinders om recht te maken voor die school nie. Dis die rede.
The reason why I asked Kelly, my lord, is because I saw that Kelly was not prepared or not prepared yet to prepare these kids, my lord, hence I asked.
Thank you.
Right now, so your evidence, as you said, the children were there. Did you see them? Did you actually see the two children in the house?
U sê dat die kinders wat daar gewees het. U eintlik die twee kinders gesien in die huis.
Dis korrek. Dit was die 2 en dit was die 3.
That's correct. It was not 2, it was 3 kids.
Okay, that included Rochelle.
Rochelle also.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Now, did you see whether Requin and Joselyn and Rochelle had already got out of bed or were they still in bed?
Het u gesê Requin, Joselyn en Rochelle was hulle in die bed in of was hulle uit was hulle wakker?
Hulle was wakker, maar hulle het in die bed gesit.
They were awake but were seated in bed.
Now, just to clarify, we now know from the photographs there's a bed in the front room and there's a bed in the back room.
Ons weet ook van die foto's dat er een bed in de voorkant en de achterkant.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Is correct, my lord.
So where were they?
Waar is hulle?
Rochelle was in die venster, al die vensterstukken is Rochelle was daar geweest.
En Rochelle was hulle wetenschap, my lord.
En Joselyn en Requin was die voor die eerste kamer geweest.
Requin and Jocelyn was by the right door side.
Yes.
Now, Buddha will say
Nou, Buddha sal sê,
that Kelly went to work with Rochelle
Kelly het werk toe gegaan met Rochelle,
around 7:30.
omtrent so 8 se kant.
Let's just pause there. Let the witness answer that part. Do you know anything about it?
Weet u enige iets van dit waar Buddha sal kon sê, dat Kelly het sy met Rochelle toe gegaan, geloop so 7:30 se kant.
Ek weet nie daarvan nie, maar Kelly het geloop met Rochelle.
I pay no knowledge of that, my lord, but Kelly did leave with Rochelle.
And would you agree that that would have been about 7:30 in the morning?
En u gaan u saamstem dat er was so 7:30 se kant gewees in die oggend.
Ek kan nie sê hoe laat was het geweest nie,
I won't be able to say what time it was.
Want Kelly loop nie elke tyd dieselfde tyd van hy self weg toe nie, of die kinders gaan skool toe vat nie.
Because Kelly don't leave the same time always going to work or taking the kids to school.
You see, there's independent evidence led by Colin Seegers.
Sien u dat ze dat tijdens aan Seegers?
Seegers with a Z.
Seegers.
That Kelly arrived at her house with Rochelle
Kelly dan met Rochelle
in the vicinity of 7:30 in the morning.
Omtrent so 7:30 se kant in die oggend.
Kan jy my gou weer asseblief?
Can you please repeat that for me, sir?
There's independent evidence. Colin Seegers, the woman at which house Kelly worked, gave evidence. Colin Seegers gave evidence that Kelly with Rochelle arrived at her house at 7:30 that Monday morning.
Daar is een getuigenis van Colin Seegers afhankelijk mense dat Kelly het aangeveer by huis omtrent so 7:30 met Rochelle.
Ek weet nie daarvan nie.
I take no knowledge of that.
But would you agree with me then if that is, there's no reason to doubt that, if that happened, then everything you say you saw and heard would have happened well before 7:30.
As het so is, as my getuigenis van my nadernis, dat dit beteken wat u sê, u het gehoor omtrent my tyd, dan wat u getuig het, vroeger is dat gebeur, die tyd.
Soos ek gesê het, ek weet hoe laat was het gewees nie.
As I said, I don't know what time it was.
You see, Buddha would say,
just one moment.
Wallace will say.
Just one moment. In fact, the evidence was, Mr. Ramsey, that she arrived there that morning earlier than normal. So that's what struck Mrs. Seegers, because she was earlier than normal. And she arrived there at about 7:30, just to complete the point.
Yes.
Because she said, she used the following words to Kelly. Ms. Seegers said in evidence, and she said her words were, I noted, my words were, Kelly, you are early. Where are the other two children? And then, of course, skipping a paragraph or two, Kelly then told her that they are not feeling well and they wouldn't be going to school. But the point is made, you're not sure of the time, so it could even have been earlier than 7:30 when you got there.
Jy is seker dat die tyd moet is misschien ook vroeger as 7:30 wat jy kan gekom.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Right, then we can move on, Mr.
Thank you,
Ramsey.
Lord. Your evidence then also led to the effect that you got there early, you don't know what time it was before Kelly went to work.
Jy gesit getuigenis was dat jy was daar gewees in Kelly se huis en dit voorgewees en jy is nou seker van was daar nie was voor Kelly daar toe gegaan.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And during that time, when the prosecutor asked you if there was any discussion about the plan and the money, you answered, it's correct. So this, so this, what I'm asking you, so this discussion would have also taken place well before 7:30, or before 7:30 at least.
So daai gesprek het ook gebeur voor 7:30.
That's reg so.
That's correct, sir.
Then in your
maybe just, where were you when that discussion took place?
Waar was u gewees toe daai gesprek gebeur het?
En ja, by Kelly Bedrijs. By Kelly Bedrijs.
How was the case placed?
Inside the house? Front of the house, at the door? Can you give us an indication?
Kan u ons indikasie gee, was u in die huis gewees? Het u by die deur gestaan of waar was u gewees by Kelly's huis?
Ik heb bij die deur gestaan, ik geklop
I stood at the door and I knocked,
en toen ga ik in die huis in.
and I went inside the house.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, my lord. So you went in the house. Your evidence is you saw Joshlin, you saw Edwin, you saw Rochelle, Kelly, and Buddha.
U het in die huis ingegaan, u sê dat u vir Rochelle gestuur, u vir Edwin gestuur, u vir Buddha, vir Kelly, en vir Joshlin.
Is that correct?
Is that correct?
Dat is correct.
In
Yes,
fact,
that's correct.
in fact, you said that you saw Stefano there as well.
En u het gesê, u het vir Stefano daar gesit ook.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Now, what I want to ask you about that statement, about in your 204 statement, paragraph 55, it says that Kelly, say I'm Jocelyn, Kelly said to Jocelyn, and I'm going to translate it, I'm now going to pack your stuff. In Afrikaans, ek gaan nou jou goed inpak. You remember that?
Kan u dit nou, Kelly het gesê aan Joshlin, nou gaan ek jou goed pak.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
And then Kelly packed Jocelyn's clothes in a black cooler bag. Now my question to you is,
En Kelly het Joshlin se goed in swart koolebek gepak.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
the house being quite small, Joselyn being there, Kelly saying this, surely Jocelyn would have heard this. Do you agree?
Want dit is 'n klein huis nog, 'n klein vertrek. Jocelyn het dit gesê van die voetpak en Jocelyn so Jocelyn het nie dit gehoor.
Zeg alweer.
Want dit is 'n klein huis nog, 'n klein vertrek. Kelly het gesê ek gaan jou voetpak. So dit beteken dat Jocelyn het dit gehoor wat die man gesê het.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
And my question to you is, I put it to you that if that was said by Kelly and Jocelyn would have heard it,
As Kelly dit gesê het, so Jocelyn so dit gehoor het.
did Jocelyn ask her mother, where am I going? Why are you packing my bags?
Het Jocelyn na ma gevra, wanneer gaan jy kom pak mama my stap?
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Did she ask that?
Het sy dit gevra?
Ze heeft gevraagd.
She did ask that.
It's not in your evidence.
Maar dit is nie vir sy getuienis nie.
Dat is precies die vraag wat meneer mij vraagt.
That's a question that you ask me, sir.
I'm asking you the question, when you were there, this was said by Kelly, Jocelyn is there, I'm putting it to you, surely Jocelyn would have asked her mother, where am I going?
Ek vra dit vir u want u sê dat Kelly het dit gesê en as Jocelyn daar was, as Jocelyn daar was, sy het die man gevra, waartoe gaan ek?
And you say now that Jocelyn did ask where she was going.
En u sê dat Jocelyn het gevra, waartoe gaan ek?
Ze heeft gevraagd.
She did ask.
And did Kelly answer?
Het Kelly vir haar antwoord?
Nee.
No.
That part is not in your evidence, in a 204 or in your oral evidence.
Daai getuienis in die as die eerste getuienis nou hier in die hof nie en ook in die 204 verklaring.
Any comment?
Enige kommentaar?
Het de antwoord. Hè?
I don't have an answer.
Okay. Then have a look at paragraph 56 of the 204 statement.
As ons nou dan kyk na paragraaf 56 van die 204 getuienis verklaring.
If you're going to read what's in the paragraph,
I want to ask
it will land up on social media.
sorry, my lord.
Because there's a meme doing the rounds that I use those words toward you.
Yes, I can just...
dare to twist the truth like that.
Yes, my lord.
Now leave it up to them, the ones that have time.
May I mention those words, my lord?
You may mention it, and at least people will know that I didn't address you that way. Because you can rest assured you'll land up somewhere. But because it's here, it's part of the evidence, in the context of the evidence.
Yes, my lord. I can confirm those words are not uttered to me by anyone in this court. Thank you, my lord. Ms. Lombard, have a look at paragraph 56. You say in paragraph 56, I'm going to read it to you in Afrikaans. Ek vra Kelly, this is now after the bags have been packed, and you say that Joshlin asked where she's going. You heard it.
Ek maak u net na paragraaf 56 toe gaan op 2 November verklaring. En u sê dat dit is waarna Kelly
You asked, ek vra Kelly, waarna is sy op pad? Now you're referring to Joshlin.
I asked Kelly, where is she on her way to?
And Kelly answered, okay, before I get to the answer,
En Kelly verantwoord, voor ik met de antwoord gaan.
do you see that sentence?
Kan u listen online?
That's
The
correct.
first
Yes, that's correct.
Now, what I want to know from you, you were there. You were, in terms of the evidence, you gave evidence that there was a discussion Sunday, Monday morning. You knew, I'm putting it to you, you knew what the plan was with Joshlin. Why, and it's been said there by Kelly as well, in front of Joshlin, and Joshlin asked, where am I going? Why do you ask Kelly, waarna is sy op pad? Why did you ask her that?
Eers daarvoor is net proportioneel planning en ik ga ook Kelly, sy calculeren ons nog voor Joshlin en is dit ook waan ons sy op pad. Ik weet Joshlin ook in die maand gevraagd waan toe gaan sy. Maar ek het gehoor, die plannen en was die tijd en tijd verpraat het. En hoe kom je dan van gevraagd, die bij paragraaf 56, nee, waan toe pad is sy.
Want ik was in zijn pak te creëren en voor Joshlin.
Because I saw she was packing in the clothing for Joshlin.
That is not the answer to my question. My question to you is,
So this is the antwoord aan mijn vraag is.
you, according to your evidence, what the plan was, where Joshlin was going to go to.
En
Why?
van deze getuigenis wat u gesê het, die weet van die plan op antwoord af dus Joshlin, maar no.
Why did you write there or have written there in your paragraph 56, act fraud to, why did you say or why did you ask Kelly, waarna is sy op pad, meaning where is Joshlin on her way?
Wat ik het gezien zijn pak kleren voor Joshlin, dat is de reden hoekom ik van haar vraag aan toe zijn op pad is.
It's because I saw that she was taking in clothing for Joshlin, hence I asked where is she on her way to or where she is going to.
My question again for the last time, you knew what the plan was, you knew where she was going to go, why do you ask her where she's going?
Mevrouw, my plan weer en weer eens is dat u het geweet van die plan ook u het gehoor van die plannen nie en Joshlin vrouw ook vir die ma waar toe gaan sy dan vir die kleren en wat ek moes nou u weet nog waar toe gaan sy nou kom dan u van gevraag waar toe gaan sy
Van ik het gezien zijn pak kleren aan. Ik het je aan
it's because I saw she's taking the clothing I don't have any other
Yes, you can move on.
Now we're back to the part in your evidence in chief.
You're not going to dare go into the second part of the sentence. You're scared of the TikTokers.
My lord, I can complete the sake, for the sake of completeness. For the sake of completeness, I will put to you then, Kelly said, upon your question, where is she going? Kelly answered and said to you, in Afrikaans, in brackets it is here, loopkak, comma, nie jou besigheid nie. You confirm that?
because this is written in Afrikaans, so I'll read it in Afrikaans, or in English you translate, Koshish, it's none of your business.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Now, I can ask you a question about that as well. Why would Kelly answer that? According to your evidence, there was a big discussion on Sunday, there was a discussion on Monday morning about what's going to happen to Joselyn, the arrangement about the money. Why would Kelly now say to you, look, nie jou besigheid nie? Why would she say that?
Hoekom sal die Kelly vir dit sê nee, loop kan, dis nie jou besigheid nie. Want die sê dat die kennis gedra of in die beplanning of die verhoor van beplanning nie, dat gaan gebeur. So, hoekom sal sy vir iets toe aanhoud?
Omdat ik van vragen waan, dus heel pad is dat ze die hoekom ze heeft mij zo gezegd.
It's because I asked her, where is she on her way to? That's why she answered me in that manner.
I'm going to move on to paragraph 58 of your true or false statement. We have already dealt with that on Thursday last week. And your final response to the court was that you were present, you heard Kelly speaking to Buddha. She didn't speak to him in advance, as your paragraph 58 suggests. You heard what Kelly was saying about 2 o'clock. Joselyn must be ready for 2 o'clock.
Can you please repeat that?
We dealt with this on Thursday, your evidence in paragraph 58. And it emerged on Thursday from questions asked you by His Lordship. That you were actually there when Kelly would have told Buddha about getting Joselyn ready for 2 o'clock that Monday.
Dat u was enkele dagen geweest, die tijd wat Kelly op Buddha sê dat Joselyn gereed is met 2 uur.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So you remember that?
So you know that.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And then, further in paragraph 58, what's important there is the second part of the sentence where it says dat die mense kom haal vir Joselyn omtrent 1400 uur, 14 ons moet vir Joselyn reghou.
As u verder gaan hier in paragraaf 58 nee van 42 verklaring, dit sê dat dit vir Joselyn 3 uur gereed wees nie, dat mense gaan Joselyn kom haal. Ons.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So you remember, and your evidence is that Kelly also spoke to you, saying you and Buddha must have Joselyn ready for 2 o'clock.
Kan u nou in u se getuienis, dit is wat Kelly gesê het, dat u en aan Buddha dat julle ons moet vir Joselyn reghou.
Sy het vir Buddha gesê.
She told that to Buddha.
But the last part of that sentence, where you say, in die tyd het Buddha in Stefano mandrakes verloor. You see that? Last part of paragraph 59, sorry. Last part of paragraph 59 says, die tyd het Buddha in Stefano mandrakes verloor. You see that?
Kan u sien op hier paragraaf 59, en hierdie tyd Buddha en Stefano het mandrakes verloor. Can you see that in paragraph 59, which says that at that stage Buddha and Stefano smoked mandrakes?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now Buddha will say that he never smoked mandrakes at that time of the morning.
Buddha sal wel sê hy het die mandrakes verloor die daai tyd van die oggend nie.
And that Stefano was not there at that time of the morning either.
En Stefano was nie vandag geweest daai tyd van die oggend nie, daai tyd nie.
You're right.
Het die een geantwoord?
Hulle het gerook, Patten het hulle gerook en Stefan was daar gewees.
They did smoke button and Stefano was there that morning.
So your paragraph 59 then, in terms of your paragraph 59, Kelly went to work. And you said that you remained there for a further 30 minutes.
En u sê jy daar verder gebleef omtrent so 30 minute.
How do you know it was 30 minutes?
Hoe weet u dit was 30 minute?
Dit was my eie afleiding wat ek gemaakt het.
It was my own estimation that I made or assumption.
Sorry,
What?
can I please approach the bench, madam?
Excuse me?
Can I approach the bench, please?
Certainly. Just going to take a short adjournment for 5 minutes. Let's make it 8 minutes till 10 o'clock. Mr. Haramsa, I will also bring my device in if we need to go there.
Thank you.
Till 10 o'clock then. Court adjourned. Only when we need to go. Yes, thank you. The witness is still under oath.
U moet nou eers nog steeds... U moet nou eers nog steeds onder eed?
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Lord, I may just clarify the reason why I'm going to, or would want to go to video 002 of the confession at 34 minutes and 12 seconds. It's because on the 17th, last Monday here in court, the state did the witness's evidence where she corrected certain things that were said and written down in the confession. And one of them, very crucial, is the reference to maandagochtend.
Yeah, so...
And her evidence said that it should have been Sunday.
That's R4, second last paragraph.
I beg your pardon, my lord.
R4, second last paragraph.
Yes, my lord.
Movie 2.
Confessie gaan voort.
You want to go to movie 2?
Moving to video 002. And
And
then on that, it is a 36-minute video.
no, you want to go to 34 and 12 seconds.
34 and 12 seconds.
Play your one.
My lord, maybe I can put a microphone next to mine.
Yeah.
Let me put my laptop on the podium here.
huis daar Joshlin, né? Wat gaan er en dit gestop word. So, dan
Although the witness said, "I stop now," and she stopped Captain Smith.
Ja.
Okay, wag. Jy sê ons stop nou so ja, van die mens genade. Okay, jy gaan jy terug na jou eie huis toe? Ja, okay. So jy nadat jy dit gesien het, hoe gaan jy na jou eie huis toe? Okay. Kom ons sien net jy gaan terug na jou eie huis toe, né?
Just stop your man.
Okay, so say,
So maandagoggend gaan jy terug na Boeta en Kelly se huis toe.
Yes, my lord, what I wanted to just point out that there was a discussion between the witness and Captain Celia, where it was confirmed, it is not written down, it was confirmed that good ons begin aan 'n maandag te begin at
Yeah, no,
that's why it was written Monday.
Yeah. So what about it?
The state laid her evidence on the 17th.
But you can argue that. Why do you have to go back there? We all have Exhibit 1. And we know what the witness said about the different reasons for the discrepancies that she gave. Remember, if you listen to a video of this type of thing, now the witness, for example, says, "To where ek staan ek," and then it's clarified, and then what's written down is just "to where ek." When we have to deal with an argument, we're going to look at the evidence in context, and we all have the exhibits at hand. Then we can deal with it. Just move on, please, Mr. Adamson.
Thank you, my lord.
After Kelly left on the Monday morning, you've put to her that Mr. Apollos said he doesn't smoke mandrax that early in the morning, and Stefano was not there, and she responded they did smoke and Stefano was there.
Thank you, Mike.
And that was
I stated to her that we have dealt on Thursday with this issue of what you said right in front of Buddha and her and all that. And I want to put to her what my client says.
yeah.
Ms. Lombaard, in light of your evidence,
Mevrou Lombaard, man van u se getuienis.
my client, Mr. Apollos, says and will say
My kliënt meneer Apollos sê en hy sal kon sê
there was, at that stage, or is, no such black cooler bag in their possession that you referred to.
hy sal sê dat daardie tyd hulle nie so swart koelebek gehad het nie wat u genoem het.
Was What's your reaction to that?
Wat is u se antwoord?
Daar was 'n swart koelbek geweest.
There was a black cooler bag.
Can you indicate to the court more or less with your hands the size of the cooler bag?
Kan u vir ons wys op hoe groot is die cooler bag? Met u se hande kan u vir ons wys.
Dit was nie so groot geweest nie.
It was not that big.
Witness indicates about 30 centimeters wide. Yeah. The length of a ruler.
Die lengte van 'n liniaal.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
That's 30 centimeters and it's slightly higher than that in height. Just tell me, is it a hard cooler bag that you sometimes get? Is it a cloth bag?
Die cooler
Do you
bag
know?
is dit een van die harde cooler bags soos een van die sagte cooler bags. Wat dan
As van hy sagt is,
is one of those soft cooler bags.
So it was foldable. You could fold it up.
Kan 'n persoon dit vou?
die koelbek.
The cooler bag. Ja.
Ja, die kan.
Yes, you can.
Why do you call it a cooler bag?
Hoekom noem jy 'n cooler bag?
Want ek is dit die eerste keer wat ek gesien so 'n koelbek, dit is hoekom ek genoem het dit is 'n koelbek, want ek weet dit is 'n koelbek.
It's not the first time seeing such, my lord, such cooler bag. Hence I said it was a cooler bag. It was not my first time seeing such.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Apollos will further say that he did not see Kelly on Monday morning.
Meneer Paulus sal verder kon sê dat hy nie vir Kelly gesien die maandagoggend nie.
Packed any bag, no cooler bag, not any other bag for Joshlin with clothes therein.
Meneer Paulus sal kom sê dat hy nie vir Kelly gesien enige cooler bag of klere ingepak het vir Joselyn by maandag nie.
Sy het die klere ingepak.
She did pack in the clothes.
Mr. Apollos will further say
Meneer Paulus sal verder sê
Kelly did not say to him that Monday morning alone or in your presence that he or you and him, in other words, ons, must prepare Joselyn to get her ready for 2 o'clock.
Meneer Paulus sal kon sê dat daai oggend Kelly het dit genoem of aan u gesê dat julle moet vir Kelly julle moet vir Joselyn regmaak 2 uur.
Sy het dit genoem.
She did mention or she did say that.
To you or to him?
Het
Or
sê
both
dat
of you?
het sê aan u gesê aan Boeta of beide van julle.
Sy het saam met Boeta gepraat, ek het gehoor.
She spoke with Boeta but I heard.
But you used the word ons in your 204 statement.
Maar u het die woord gebruik ons in u se 204 verklaring.
Dit is korrek, want ek was daar gewees.
Okay.
That's correct, it's because I was there.
Mr. Apollos will further say
Meneer Apollos sal verder kon sê
that on that Monday morning,
dat die maandagoggend
you only arrived at their house in the vicinity of 9:45.
hy het daar gearriveer so 9:45, 10:15.
Dit is waar nie.
That's not true.
Now, according to your evidence, as I've already mentioned to you, paragraph 59, when you say that Kelly went to work, you stayed another 30 minutes.
U sê in paragraaf 59 dat u het werk toe gegaan en u nog omtrent so 30 minute gebly daar.
Dit is korrek.
Kelly was werk toe en u omtrent so 30 minute gebly.
Now please tell the court, Kelly is gone, Rochelle went with her, obviously. And you are there. Buddha is there. Rekwin is there. And Joselyn is there. Am I correct?
Sê nou vir my, Kelly is weg, nee, met Rochelle, reg? En dan die mense wat oor is daar is Joshlin, Buddha, Rekwin.
En Stefano.
What did you observe? What happened in that half an hour that you were still there? Can you tell the court anything that you saw? Who did what?
Kan u dan vir ons sê of vir jou sê, toe wat u daar was, die 30 minute wat u nog daar was, nee, wat het u gesien, wat het u gedoen?
Hulle het gerook en toe ek daar by hulle gesit en toe gaan ek af na huis toe.
They were smoking, I sat with them and from there onwards I went home.
You see now, I'll put it to you that the police took an affidavit from Rekwin.
Ek sê mevrou, ek stel dit aan u dat die polisie het 'n verklaring geneem op geval van Rekwin.
Do you know that?
Weet u van dit?
Ek weet nie van nie.
I pay no knowledge of that.
See, in Rekwin's statement I put to you,
In Rekwin se verklaring, stel dit aan u.
he says that his mother went to work and thereafter they got up.
Hy sê dat ma het werk toe gaan en hulle het opgestaan.
They bathed, washed clothes,
Hulle het gewas, het hulle klere gewas.
and then his words were, after my mother had left for work, Auntie Rens came there.
Dan die woorde was, nadat my ma werk toe gegaan het, of nadat my ma geloop het, aan die Rens daar gearriveer of gekom.
Any comment about that?
Enige kommentaar oor dit?
Dat is nie waar nie.
It's not true.
To the witness now comes from an affidavit of a witness that is filed in the police docket, but naturally the same applies. That would have to be proved before it would carry any water. And from our side, we are trying to spare the child to have to testify in this matter.
But Mr. Adams is still entitled to put it to the witness. So what's being put to you now is that Rekwin made a statement.
Wat het u nog gestel om gesê is dat Rekwin het 'n verklaring gegee
And that's what he told the police.
en dit is wat die polisie gesê het.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u dit?
Verstaan.
I understand my lord.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Yes, I may just place on record that I would also not like to call Rekwin equal as a witness.
I understand
But if
that.
it's necessary, it should.
We can cross that bridge when we get there. If none of the parties call the witness, and I am of the view that it's in the interest of justice that I hear the child, we can make the necessary arrangements then. And of course we'll have to manage that process when we get there, if we get there.
your evidence then, as you have confirmed now, says, which is denied by Buddha, that him and Stefano smoked and you didn't smoke together with him. I see that. Then your evidence leads further that you went home. You recall that?
Soos ek in u gesê het dat Botta sal kon sê dat hy het Botta so vroeg oggend en hy het daai tyd vanoggend gerookie en u was dan eintlik so soos u ook nog gesê het in u se getuienis dat u daar vanaf huis toe gegaan en hy sê julle het saam gerookie.
Correct.
En die correctie.
Ja, alles wat my weet.
The witness is asking so that can be repeated, please, my lord.
In your evidence that you also referred to early on, you said
En
after
is
Kelly,
getuienis wat u ook gegee het vroeër, u het gesê
after Kelly had left,
nadat Kelly geloop het,
and you stayed another 30 minutes.
u het 'n ander 30 minute daar gebly.
I asked you what did you do, what happened, who did what, and you said Stefano and Buddha smoked
Ek het u
madras.
gevra wat het gebeur of wat het u gesien, toe sê u dat Botta en Stefano het gerook.
Correct.
Is it correct?
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
And then I put to you that Buddha would say that is not true. First instance, Stefano wasn't there and they weren't smoking.
You've asked the question and it's been answered.
Thank you. And then you went to your home.
En u het na u huis gegaan na dit.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Then your evidence goes on and says, your evidence, oral evidence, and your 204 statement refers to, your 204 statement in paragraph 60 refers to 2 hours after you got to your house.
In u se 204 verklaring aan paragraaf 60, dit is hier genoem dat 2 ure nadat u by huis ingekom het.
That's not what it says.
It's in paragraph 60.
That's not what it says.
It says ongeveer 2 ure nadat ek by die huis gekom het.
So there's ongeveer translate in the way that you put it to the witness.
Approximately.
You didn't say approximately.
I apologize.
You said 2 hours.
I apologize.
The statement says approximately.
Approximately.
Ongeveer.
Correct.
I can see it's right there in front of me.
Thank you, Madam.
Yes.
Then your 204 evidence went on about some girl that came down. Don't want to go there. Your oral evidence then led that at 2 o'clock, or maybe you said, I didn't write the exact words, but you mentioned that it was in the vicinity of 2 o'clock, you saw Kelly come back from work.
My lord, the witness is asking where about the defense now, my lord.
I mean, oral evidence. I'm referring to oral evidence.
When she testified before cross-examination.
Big one, Madam.
Die prokureur verwys na die getuienis wat u gegee het die tyd wat die stand by u gevra het.
Dis korrek.
That's correct?
In her oral evidence, my lord, evidence went like this. Ek het nie saam met hulle gerook nie. Ek het opgegaan huis toe and then she said ek was by die huis gewees and then she said teruggekom na my huis. She came back to her house and it was then she says it was 2 o'clock. Ek sien Kelly kom van die werk af.
Yep.
Then, when you gave your evidence saying it was about 2 o'clock and you saw Kelly come back from work, you gave evidence about a girl who wanted a sling bag. I don't want to go into that.
U het gesê dat u gesien om omtrent so 2 uur se kant dat hy as hy van die werk afgekom het en hom gevra van 'n slingbag.
Just one moment. Mr. Armstrong,
My lord.
you're confusing the witness. And I'll tell you why. When she testified in chief, after she returned home, she started saying, it's my paragraph 181 of the evidence in chief, where she said, at 2 o'clock, I saw Kelly coming from work. And then she paused, and then she said, before that, a woman came to me and asked whether I did not have sin bag, and the payment for that would have been a quarter mandrax. And that's when she walked, and then she came back. She left, she took the same route back. Remember, as she was going, she asked Buddha whether he had something to smoke. He said no. Then she left, she went to wherever she went, and we're going to skip that.
Yes.
And then she saw Buddha, Relocation, Joshlin was outside. So in the evidence in chief, that was when she asked, now she's got the mandrax tablet, the quarter mandrax. Now she asked Buddha whether he doesn't want to send one of the children to go to her house to check whether her kids were still sleeping. Yeah. But of course, as she came closer, she saw the kids were still there, and then she decided to go straight up. That was the evidence in chief. So that will skip into the 204 statement to 69. That was the question about asking the kids. And it'll take us to 70, because she now walked past and went straight home. Saw the kids were still sleeping, and then Joshlin came to her house where she gave her some bread, etc. So that will cover in
That will probably cover
in the evidence in chief to where she will now return at some stage back to Kelly's house with the 2 children being carried.
Yes.
The 2-year-old in front and the 1-year-old at the back.
Yes.
That's the sequence that I have it in the evidence in chief, and I'm following it up to 71 in the section 204 statement. Not all these details will be found in Exhibit R in the confession. That will assist.
That assists. Thank you, Manu. I want to take you, Ms. Lombaard, I want to take you to your oral evidence where you said that you see, your oral evidence, you said that you see Kelly come from work.
Ang isa getuienis het gesê het met Kelly gesien terugkom van werk.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And then the court asked you, what time is that? His lordship asked you, what time was that?
En die hof het vir u gevra wat tyd was dit?
You recall that?
Kan u dit onthou?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Your answer was 2 o'clock.
U se antwoord was 2 uur.
That's correct.
That's correct.
just as a matter of interest, how did you know that it was 2 o'clock?
Het of stel dit belang het u geweet dit was 2 uur?
Die tijd dat ik van gezien het aankomt, wat vader met mijzelf, dit is 2 o'clock.
The time that I saw her, I just told to myself that it was 2 o'clock.
Now, Buddha will say
Nou, Buddha sal sê,
that Kelly came back that day from work
Kelly het teruggekom van die werk vrijdag
after 12.
na 12.
Ik weet niet daarvan nu.
I pay no more you that.
Now, what it means is that he disagrees with you. You said Kelly came at 2 o'clock. He says no. Kelly came back after 12.
So wat beteken dat hy stem nie saam wat u sê nie, as u sê dat het was 2 uur gewees, Kelly terugkom van die werk 2 uur, hy sê nee, dit is so nie, dit was na 12.
Is he right? Are you right? Are you wrong?
As u reg, is hy reg, of is u verkeerd?
Hij is verkeerd.
He's wrong.
Now, if we look at Colin Zieger's evidence also, she mentions sometime after 12 o'clock. I think it was 20 past 12, my lord.
As 'n getuienis van Zieger sê met die tyd vandag van 12 na 12 uur.
Did Colin Zegers testify that Kelly went home? Did she go to her daughter's house? Said she left for Kelly's house. Came back to her at 10 past 12 from Kelly's house. Right, and she came. She was going to come back, and then she came back about 12:50.
That's after she's been at home.
After she'd been at home.
Yes.
And then she gave her the keys again
Yes.
to go back to Kelly's house. But during that period, she was going to fetch her shawl first. And it took slightly longer than usual.
I remember that. Yeah.
And then eventually she came back.
About 1
She wasn't sure whether it was before or after 3 in the afternoon. Back to Kelly. Because she was waiting for the other Kelly, who arrived just before 5. Because she was coming to her mother's house because they were going to the graveyard.
Yeah.
As it was the birthday of one of her angel. That's how I have it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Now let me move on to your observation of Kelly. You said that she came from the direction of the car wash. She's walking.
praat van u dat u gesien ook observeer van Kelly. U sê dat sy Kelly kom van die rigting van die car wash.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Then you said in your evidence, and Kelly went to her own house. She was going to her house. You saw she's walking in direction of the house.
U het ook gesê dat sy na huis toe gegaan en u het gesê sy loop in die rigting na huis toe.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And your evidence said you went to your house, but then you went back to Kelly's house.
U sê getuienis sê dat u het na huis gegaan, toe gaan u weer terug na Kelly's huis toe.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So you were at Kelly's house when she was there, and your evidence led that she was scolding Boeta, skel, sy het Boeta geskel.
U sê dat u was by Kelly's huis en Kelly het vir Boeta geskel.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Because there were a few people at the house there.
Want daar was 'n paar mense gewees by die huis.
That's reg so.
That's correct.
And in your evidence you said it was Boeta, Stefano, Nilo, and that Joshlin.
U het genoem dat was
Was there as
Boeta,
well?
Stefano, Nilo, Joshlin.
You remember that, correct? Is that correct?
Is it correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Then your evidence says that you saw Kelly had the cooler bag in her hands with the clothes.
En u het gesien dat Kelly het 'n koele bag in haar hand van klere was.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So now you agree with me in terms of your evidence. According to your evidence now, Kelly came back at about 2 o'clock and she was at home, and then you observed her with a cooler bag.
Stem u saam met my dat Kelly was by die huis gewees, want drink so 2 uur en u sien hierdie koele bag.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And you saw Joselyn and Kelly walking in the direction of the car wash.
En u het vir Kelly en Joshlin gesien loop in rigting van die car wash.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, I want to, and then your evidence, there was detail about the car and which door opened.
En u het genoem en u sê wat hy was, daar was die kar gewees en wat die deur het oopgegaan.
And that Kelly spoke to a woman there.
En Kelly het met 'n vrou mens daar gepraat.
You remember that?
Kan u dit onthou?
That's correct.
That's correct.
And your evidence says that Kelly and Joselyn climbed into the car at the back.
En in eerste wat hy sê het gesê dat Kelly en Joshlin het in die voertuig geklim aan die agterkant.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And then the court asked you, His Lordship asked you, did you see Joselyn again? You said no.
En die hof het vir u gevra het u weer vir Joshlin gesien, toe sê u nee.
That's reg so.
That's correct.
Now, what I want to ask you is, You were told by the court to go over the weekend and go and look at your 204 and look at the Exhibit R, the confession.
Nou, wat die hof gesê het, u moet die verklaring neem between jou 4 en die bekentenis om weer te gaan oor die lang naweek.
Did you do that?
Het u dit gedoen?
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
So I'll put it to you that in terms of your confession, may I just take a moment? This was Monday morning.
Dit was maandagoggend.
If you look at paragraph 5, not paragraph 5, page 5 of Exhibit R.
As jy aan bladsy 5 van 'n bewustheid R kyk,
Maybe to make it easy, Mr. Harmson. In the confession, that's the statement to Captain Sylvia, the woman with the grey hair.
en is 'n verklaring dat is die 204 getyd verklaring neem. Sorry, Malou. Die bekentenis wat in die kaptein se leeg gegee het, die persoon met die grys kop.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
There's nothing about Kelly going to work and coming back. Everything happened that morning.
Dat is niks
of the
van
19th.
Kelly werk toe gegaan en teruggekom nie.
Dat is de reden geweest waarom ik dit ook gezegd heb dat ik die vrouw vertrouw mee.
That's the reason why I did not mention, or that is not stated there, my lord, because I do not trust the lady.
So did you read both of these statements over the weekend?
Het u beide verklaringen gelezen voor de naweek?
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So Mr. Harmson took you this morning up to the point where Kelly went to work.
Meneer Adams heeft vir u gevat tot by die punt waar Kelly werk toe gegaan het.
That's now this morning.
Dit is nog vanoggend.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Where she packed some of the clothes and you asked her what is she doing, and that's when she replied to you in the way that he read it out.
En sy het die klere gepak en u het van gevra wat doen sy, wat kon sy, en sy het vir u geantwoord in 'n manier wat die prokureur gelees het of dit nog geskryf was.
You still with me?
As u nog steeds met my.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So in the statement to Captain Sylvia, that part, and those are the words that I read out from the confession, verbatim, that people are now saying, I've said it to Mr. Harmson.
En dit is wat ek gelees het, wat Captain Sylvia geskryf het, hoe soos geskryf was. So mense het gedink, ek sê dit aan meneer Harmson.
That was just before she left with Joshlin to the car.
En
In
dit
the
was,
context of the confession.
en as ons nou kyk aan die bekentenis net, dit was voordat sy na die voertuig gegaan het met Joshlin.
Dat is correct.
That's correct, my lord.
Do you now know where Mr. Harmson is? At what point in the evidence he is?
Weet u nou by watter punt of watter punt is meneer Harmson nou?
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Harmson. I just didn't
Thank
want
you,
there to be any confusion with the witness. Otherwise, we're going to struggle the same way we did last week.
I mean, is it your... So my point to you, Ms. Lombaard, is first you say Kelly got up in the morning, prepared Joshlin, left her there, took the bag, that's in your confession, took the bag, took Joshlin to the Polo, which is parked near the car wash, put her in the Polo, got in as well, the Polo drove off, and you didn't see Joshlin again, and Kelly went to work. Is that correct?
Kan meneer alsjeblieft my weer herhalen asseblief?
Your confession says, in the morning, after the discussions, after the packing of the bag, before Kelly went to work,
U se bekentenis sê dat nadat die opgenomen en nadat die klere Kelly die klere gepak het en sy het werk toe gegaan,
she took Joshlin and the cooler bag to the car wash,
sy het vir Joshlin en die koelebag na die voertuig geneem,
not to the car wash, but to a Polo that was parked there. And Kelly and Joshlin got in the Polo.
nie na die car wash nie, maar na die kar wat in die car wash gestaan het.
You agree with that?
Dus is dit nou dus door die tyd wat sy van die weer kan voorkom het?
Is that now the way she came from work?
No, that's exactly why I took you to the statements. Now, I'm again going to refer to the statement to Captain Sylvia, the woman with the white hair.
Ek gaan weer eens verwys na die verklaring wat u gegee het aan die persoon met die grys kop.
Dis correct, my lord.
We are now dealing with what you told her.
Ons praat nou oor wat u vir haar gesê het.
Nee, ek verstaan hom.
Now I understand.
So what Mr. Harms is speaking to you, what you told her was that Monday morning, Kelly packed the cooler bag.
Wat meneer Arms sê is dat wat u vir haar gesê het is dat Kelly in die sak gepak.
Then there was that exchange where you asked her and she said to you that you mustn't ask her, it's none of your business.
En dit was daar u gepraat het met haar en sy het vir u geantwoord in die manier was sy vir u geantwoord het om te sê dit is ook nie u besig.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And then you thought that she had second thoughts.
En u sê dat u het gedink, miskien sy getwyfel.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And then she walked across in the direction of the car wash.
En sy het rigting geloop na die car wash toe.
That's correct.
And eventually she and Joselyn got into the Polo.
En sy en Joselyn het in die Polo uitgegaan.
And then they left and Kelly went to work from there.
En
From the Polo effectively.
en gery en Kelly van werk toe gegaan daarvan af.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now don't get confused, let's stay on this page for now.
Nou, okay. Nou nie confused die mekaar raak en dat is maar bly in hierdie plek, op hierdie punt.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Harms.
Let me ask you, on that point, where you said that Kelly went to work, how do you know if it is true what you said? How do you know that Kelly went to work from there?
Laat ek maar vir u vra, terwyl ons op hierdie punt is. U sê dat Kelly werk toe gegaan. Nou, hoe weet u dat Kelly werk toe gegaan?
Want dit was my eie aanleiding wat ek gemaak het. Sy was op pad weer toe.
It was my own assumption that I made that she's going to work.
But you would agree with me what you have agreed to now, that Kelly went, got up in the morning, took Kelly to the, Joshlin to the car wash. It's different to your other evidence that Kelly had when she came back from work at 2 o'clock. Only then she took Joshlin to the Polo. You agree with me? Can you see that it's different?
Sal u saam met my stem of sien u die verskil waar u sê dat Kelly het vir Joshlin na die car wash toe geneem, nee? Dan op die ander kant wil sê dat Kelly het teruggekom van die werk af en toe het Kelly vir Joshlin gevat na die voertuig toe. Sien u die das twee, die goed is die twee verskil?
That's correct.
That's correct.
So, Which one of the two do you say is true?
Nou, wat een van die twee is waar?
Van wat?
Of wat?
When did Kelly take Joselyn to the polo? The morning before work or the afternoon after work?
Wanneer het Kelly voor Joselyn naar die polo toe geneem? Voordat sy werk toe gegaan het of nadat sy teruggekom het van die werk?
Die tyd wat sy toe van die werk afgekom het.
The time she came back from work.
And you were at your house. If you now stick to the story, if you now remain saying that it was after 2 when Kelly came back, you saw this when you were at your house, correct?
As u sê dat Kelly teruggekom is so na 2 en u was by die huis gewees, so u het dit gesien van u se huis af.
Ek het by die rotsklippe gestaan.
Kan u weer sê?
Ek het by die rotsklippe gestaan.
I was standing by the rocks, my lord.
And you can't tell the court how long after 2 o'clock that was.
En u kan nie die hof sê hoe lang was dit na 2 nie.
Ek is so seker hoe lang was het geweest nie, maar ek het vaart opgehou.
I'm not certain how long it was, what time it was, but I was watching her.
See what I want to also put to you, there is another statement that was obtained by the state, by the police.
Yes.
On the 22nd of February, Constable Sekobi took a statement from a girl by the name of Atendiwe Nkobi. Do you know Atendiwe Nkobi?
Can you please repeat that?
On the 22nd of February 2024,
Op die 22ste van Februarie maand jaar 2024,
Constable Sekobi, Refilie Sekobi,
Constable Sekobi
took a statement from a girl by the name of Atendiwe Nkobi.
uit 'n verklaring gepaard van 'n vrou wie se naam Atendiwe.
Just spell the name.
A-T-H-A-N, or no, D-I-W-E.
A-T-H-A-N.
D-I-W-E. Atendiwe.
Atendiwe. And the surname?
M-Q-O-B-I.
Atendiwe Nkobi.
She's an 8-year-old girl, mother.
Wat die prokureur nou hier staan, dat 'n polisiebeampte het 'n verklaring geneem of gevat van Atendiwe Nkobi, 'n 8-jarige meisiekind.
Ek weet nie daarvan nie.
I pay no knowledge of that.
Do you recognize the name?
Erken jy die naam?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
I think my instruction from Mr. Pollard is that this girl's nickname is Tandi. T-H-A-N-D-I. Tandi. Do you know Tandi?
My instructions is that van meneer Paulus is dat hierdie meisiekind se bynaam is Tandi.
Nee, my lord, ek ken nie.
No, I don't know.
She was one of the girls that Joshlin used to play with.
Sy is een van die kinders of meisiekinders wat met Joshlin gespeel het.
Ek weet nie.
You don't know
I
that?
don't know.
You know, see now what Tandiwe said in her statement is that after school on that 19th of February 2024, she went to Jocelyn's house.
I sien nou wat Atendiwe so Tandi sê dat na skool sy na Joshlin se huis gegaan
And she was looking for Jocelyn's mother.
en sy het vir Joshlin se ma gesoek.
You
And
know
then-
nothing about this.
I beg your pardon.
Nee, my lord.
I pay no
You don't know?
knowledge of that.
No. Okay.
But you can still put with the person that told the police to the witness for completeness sake.
Yes. But then Dewey, then in her statement says that she spoke to Jocelyn's father, which now she saw Buddha as her father.
Actually, Tanya said that met Joshlin se pa gepraat wat nou meneer Paulus is.
And Mr. Paulus said that Jocelyn's mother is not at home.
En meneer Paulus het gesê dat Joshlin se ma is nie die huis nie.
And then she also said that Jocelyn was playing alone outside.
En sy het ook gesê dat Joshlin het alleen buite gespeel.
And then she said that Requin was still at school because my school comes out earlier than Requin's school.
En sy het gesê Requin was nog steeds by die skool, want my skool of haar skool kom vroeër uit as Requin se skool.
Okay, so then she says that as she was walking home, because now Jocelyn's mother is not there, as she was walking home, she says she saw Jocelyn coming behind her.
En die tyd was sy juist toe gestap het, sy het gesien Jocelyn en loop agter haar of agtervolg haar.
And then in the next paragraph she says, I saw Jocelyn walking from her house, but I did not look where she went because I went to the neighbors.
Ek het gesien Jocelyn loop van haar huis af, maar ek het gesien die man toe gegaan nie, wat sy gegaan nie, want ek het na die bure toe gegaan.
So before I ask you a question, I just want to know if you understand what I'm saying to you. I'm saying to you that there is a girl, 8 years old, who said she saw Jocelyn there walking. It was shortly after the school came out. So Jocelyn was not anywhere else other than at the house shortly around 2 o'clock when the school came out.
No, my lord, I'm sorry, I have to object. The statement specifically says her school, which comes out earlier than Requin school. There's no time.
Yes, Mr. Harrison.
My lord, one
Prosecutor said
can make
there's no time.
yes, we can make assumptions as to when the school. It's a case of younger kids and older kids. Requin is older.
And on what basis will we make that assumption?
Because of what she says, Mom.
No, do we know which school Atandiwe goes?
No, we don't, my Lord, but the reference is...
Do we know which school Requin went to? We know that Joshlin was in Tiasville Primary. That we know because we heard Mrs. Mart's evidence, or Miss Mart's evidence. Do we know?
No, we don't.
Do we know whether it's a public school, a private school, or preschool?
No,
Do we know whether it's a home school? We don't even know what time the school started. I'm not going to sit here and speculate about things like that.
Yes,
All we know is that we also know that Requin didn't go to school that day. And that's common cause, it seems. Atandiwe, on the statement you read, says Requin was still at school. So it's clearly an assumption, most probably, that the witness made.
yes, ma'am.
She says she knows nothing about it. I told you, you can put it to her. There's somebody that might say that. And because there's the possibility of Section 186 at some later stage. Unless, of course, you want to testify, then Ms. Swanepoel can cross-examine you. And I will also ask you questions to clarify.
May it please the Court. I will move on, Ms. Lombard.
It's a good idea.
We're back to, you didn't see Kelly whether we are now, let me put it this way. In your oral evidence,
En u getuienis in die hof,
in terms of your oral evidence, Kelly took Joselyn to the polo
Kelly het vir Joshlin aan die polo toegeneem
after 2 o'clock.
na 2 uur.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Then your evidence led that you went, after the polo left, you went to Kelly's house and you saw Buta and Nilo.
En u het gesê nadat die polo weggegaan het, u het na Kelly se huis toe gegaan, u het van Milo en van Buta gesien.
That's correct. En vir Stefano.
Kan wie dit sê?
Stefano.
Yes, that's correct, Stefano.
And then your evidence went on and said that you took Buta to the side.
En u se getuienis gaan verder te sê, u het vir Buta een kant geneem of een kant gevat.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And then you asked him, did Kelly say anything about the money?
En u het hom gevra, het Kelly iets gesê van die geld?
That's correct.
That's correct.
And whether she still has the money.
En dat is nog steeds die geld.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now Buta says that simply is not true. That never happened.
En Buta sê dat dit nie gebeur het. Dat is die waarheid.
Dit is waar.
It is true.
See, Buta says, as your evidence also referred to the microwave and the head tong and all that, that's the time later in the afternoon.
As ons eerste getuig verwys na 'n microwave en aardappel aardappel.
That's the time that Stefano and Buta was walking around, going to the fixer and etc.
En dit is die middag, dit is die tyd waar Buta en Stefano rondgeloop het na die fixer toe.
Stefano kom die microwave en die leed en die aardang by Buta sy is eerste.
Kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
Stefano het gekom met die microwave en die leed en die aardang na Buta sy is toe eerste voor hulle geloop het.
Stefano came there with the microwave, with the head tongue and the lead, the lead malot before they left.
Yes, that was your evidence, and what Buddha says is that is the time that you are saying that you were at their house and you were speaking to them about the money. He says they did not talk to you about the money, you didn't ask him about the money.
Hy sê dat die tyd wat hy daar was by die huis, of by hulle huis gewees, daar was 'n gesprek gewees oor geld nie.
Ek het hom gevra van die geld.
I did ask him about the money.
And then your evidence leads that Stefano came closer and wanted to know why you two talking alone.
En toe sê hy dat Stefano het nader gekom en gevra hoekom praat julle alleen.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, I put to you that this is not true. That's according to Buddha, this never happened.
Ek stel dit aan u dat aan Buddha se kant dat Buddha sê dit is die waarheid, dit het nie gebeur nie.
Dit is die waarheid.
It is truth.
Now, I want to ask your comment on the following.
Ek wil vir kommentaar van u luister na die volgende.
You made a statement, Exhibit O, and you gave evidence and said no, it was not the truth. Is that correct?
U het 'n verklaring gemaak op bewyslik o en u het gesê nee, dit is nie die waarheid nie.
That's correct.
That's correct.
You made a confession.
U het 'n bekentenis gemaak
And you say that you were scared
He said that he was bang,
You were nervous,
he was sinnebeagtig,
and you did not trust the woman with the white hair, Captain Sylvia.
en hy het nie die persoon vertrou wat die bekentenis geneem het, die een met die grys hare.
And in terms of your reaction and the evidence, you say a lot of what you told wasn't the truth.
En hy sê dat die meeste van die getuienis wat gesê was, dit was nie die waarheid nie.
Is that correct?
Can you please repeat that?
Your confession,
Hy se bekentenis.
you said you were nervous,
Hy sê dat hy was sinnebeagtig,
you were scared,
hy was bang,
you didn't trust the captain with the white hair,
hy het nie die kaptein vertrou nie, die persoon met die grys kop.
And she was not in a sound and sober senses. And she was not in a sound and sober senses. She used the word volle positieve in Afrikaans.
that was her evidence.
Yeah.
So, adding what His Lordship is saying, was what you said in your confession the truth or not?
Van wat nou nog gesê was, nee, wat hy in die bekentenis gesê het, was dit die waarheid of nie?
Dit was die waarheid.
It was the truth.
It was the truth.
Just one moment. I thought we indicated earlier that we have to identify every time. So the confession, when we refer to the confession, that is the statement you made to Captain Sylvia, the woman with the grey hair.
As ons nou praat van bekentenis, nee, is 'n verklaring wat jy vir die persoon of die vrou mens met die grys hare kop,
Was that the truth?
was dit die waarheid.
Dit was nie die volle waarheid gewees nie.
It was not the full truth.
And your statement in terms of section 204, is that the truth?
Before the witness answers. What did I just say, Mr. Adams, about identifying the statement for the witness? Because we know the witness get confused by us using technical terms.
Sorry, God, what
So
did you
that's
say?
the statement that you made at Worcester Correctional Center with Captain Lombaard with one eye.
Die verklaring wat nou die prokureur van u vraag, dit is die verklaring wat u gegee het wat u by in Worcester gevangenis was.
Dis korrek, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Is that the truth? Yes or no?
Is dit die waarheid, ja of nee?
Ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
That's Exhibit X.
X, my Lord, correct. Yeah. So my final statement to you is, your evidence, which involves Mr. Apollos,
Wat ek wil instel op wat u sê dat die getuienis wat u gegee het, verband op wat meneer vertrek, verband met meneer Apollos,
that he would have gone along, or that he was part of, or agreed to be part of, a plan to sell Joshlin,
dat hy was deel van die plan om vir Joselyn te verkoop,
is not true.
is die waarheid.
Dit is waar.
It is true.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
I have no more questions. Thank you.
So it's 11 now. Let's take an adjournment till 11:30. It's 20 minutes before we start with the cross-examination for accused number 2. Until 11, Ms. Swanepoel, during the adjournment, can you maybe just give Ms. Bunani or my registrar an indication of the witnesses that will follow for the week? The last I've heard this morning, possibly today the second interpreter will arrive. so that if we're only going to get to a real need for it, so that the office in Cape Town can plan for the second interpreter to travel down here.
My Lord, of course, I'm completely in the hands of
Yeah,
the defense.
I suspect we will still be busy till later today with this witness. There's a possibility that we might finish the witness, but just so that we can plan around getting the second interpreter here, because we don't know what language you're going to use, but also to facilitate the process running more smoothly.
Indeed, my Lord.
Just because I was told this morning by Ms. Polani that they weren't sure in Cape Town what the planning was.
No, my Lord, if we're going into trials within trials, there would be Xhosa speaking witnesses. So,
Yes, thank you. Court adjourned. Thank you, Ms. Lombard. You're still under oath.
Mevrouw Lombard, u moet er nou eerst nog steeds onder eer verstaan, hè?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my
Thank
lord.
you, Ms. Kabai. You moved your house.
Already, my lord.
Good.
Good morning, my lord. Good morning, Miss Lombard.
Good morning, mevrouw Lombard.
Goedemorgen, mevrouw.
Good morning, ma'am.
And how are you?
Hoe voel u?
I feel better.
Okay. I am Miss Mkabali. I represent Stevino, Tomaizo, Dwayne, Van Rijn in this matter.
Ik is mevrouw Kabai, ik is beschuldigd met twee verdediger in hierdie saak wat Nilo Stefano is.
That's correct.
That's correct?
How old are you, Miss Lombard?
Hoe oud is u?
33.
You are 33 years of age.
U is 33.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
Please tell me, how was your upbringing? How did you grow up?
Kan u vir my verduidelik hoe het u groot geword?
Ik heb op een plaats gebleven, ik heb op een plaats groot geraakt.
I was residing on a farm. I grew up on a farm.
With parents?
Met ouers.
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Your mother and your father?
Is a pa en moeder.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Do you have siblings?
Het u as broers en sisters.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Are you the eldest at home?
As u die oudste.
Ik is een babetje
I'm the youngest
van mijn ma's kinders.
from my mother's children.
Okay. Did you get an opportunity to be disciplined and to be taught respect?
Het was by die huis het hulle vir u respect geleer en om discipline te wees.
That's correct.
That's correct.
By who? Between your parents, your mother or your father or both?
By wie? By u se ma, pa of beide.
Mijn ma en mijn pa.
Mom and dad.
What standard of education do you have?
Wat is standaard het u gedoen? Of wat is standaard het u gevorder op school?
Was graad 7.
Grade 7.
Every girl or every child growing up has a dream, has ambitions. What were your dreams or ambitions growing up?
Elke kind of elke meisiekind is 'n persoon groot word. Het drome, watter drome het u gehad?
Kan me verstaan.
Watter drome het u gehad as u groot geword het? In ander woorde, wat wil u gewees het?
My droom was geweest, ik was een model.
I wanted to be, my dream was to be a model.
And what happened to those dreams? What happened to those ambitions?
Wat het gebeur met die drome?
Ik is haastig om daar te komen, maar ik ga daar komen.
I'm not in a hurry to get there, but I'll get there.
Or you are still pursuing those dreams?
Even nog steeds die drome.
Dat is correct.
Yes, that's correct.
That's great. We have to train.
Ons moet droom.
You testify that you have 4 children.
Je hebt getuig om te sê dat je hebt 4 kinders.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
How old were you when you got pregnant for the first time?
Hoe oud was je geweest die tijd dat je eerste kind gehad hebt?
Ik was 16 jaar oud.
I was
16, 17.
I was 16 years old, 2017.
Ik was 16 years old.
I was 16 years old, my lord.
You testify that from your 4 children, 2 are staying at home, if I'm not making a mistake, and the other 2, they are staying with Ayanda.
Can you please repeat that?
Of the 4 children, the 2 older ones are staying at home, and I took that to be with her family, and the younger 2 are staying with Ayanda.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay. Can you finish the quote with the names of your children and their ages?
Kan u opsê u se kinders se name en hulle ouderdomme?
Is Raiwegel,
Rodrigo,
Roberto,
Roberto,
Ayaka,
Ayaka,
Aseko.
Azteco.
I will take it the last 2 are fathered by Ayanda.
Ik zal aannemen dat die jongens, de laatste 2 is Ayanda se kinders.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And you testify that he has taken these 2 and they are with him.
En u het getuig dat hy die 2 gevat hulle saam met hom.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And who's taking care of the first 2 children, Ravigo and Roberto?
Nou, wie kyk na die 2 oudste, die ander 2?
Alles bij hulle pa en bij hulle oma.
They are with their fathers, by the father, my lord, by the grandmother.
Would you describe yourself as a responsible and caring mother?
Sal u self neem as 'n moeder of 'n moeder of 'n ouer wat omgee?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
Would you do anything that would harm Revigo, Roberto, Ayaka and Asake?
Sal u 'n ding doen wat u se kinders seer maak of seer laat voel? Sal u enige iets doen of sal u iets doen om u kinders seer te maak of seer te voel?
Nee, my lord.
My lord.
Would you allow anyone to harm your 4 children?
Sal u enige persoon toelaat om u kinders seer te maak?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
And you would agree with me. You will do anything in your power to protect them.
En u sal enige iets doen om uw kinders, sorry my lord, the English word, just bescherm. Thank you, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
You said you were taking drugs in the year 2024.
U het gesê u het Williamstown geneem de jaar 2024.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you please remind me what kind of drugs were you taking in that year?
Kan u weer vir my sê of vir ons sê dat was so dit Williams het u geneem in 2024?
Dat was stuk en patten.
Tik en buttons.
When you say buttons, do you mean membranes?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Are you still taking those? I mean, tick abduction?
Gebruik u nog steeds daardie dwelms?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
What effects do tick and or mandrakes have on you after taking or after smoking it?
Hoe affecteer hierdie dwelm vir u as u die dwelms geneem is soos die buttons nou in die tik? Hoe voel u as u die dwelms geneem is soos die tik en die button?
As ek te rook as ek hoog,
When you take tik, my lord, you become high.
en as ek patten gerook het, as ek nog hoger, en sometimes as ek begin slow motion,
And with buttons as well, my lord, when I take it, when it's taken, it becomes even more higher, but will even become slow motion, my lord.
Can I just be follow up? When you take the mandrakes, the buttons, how do you take it?
As u die mandrakes gebruik, hoe gebruik 'n persoon dit?
as ek nou die tik gebruik,
Nee,
Die mandrakes.
die mandrakes.
Die button.
hoe sê ek weer met my lord?
Let me help you. And you can help me if I'm wrong. People smoke the methamphetamine, the tuck, in what they call a lolly.
Die mense rook die tik wat nog genoem is 'n lolly.
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
Like a glass tube.
Soos 'n
Sometimes
glas.
there's a bubble at the top, at the bottom.
Soos 'n glasapparaat wat soos 'n bubbel lyk die woon.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And people can use mandrakes, methadone, in different ways.
En mense kan mandrakes gebruik in verskillende maniere.
That's correct.
That's correct.
When I grew up, where I grew up,
Waar ek groot geword het,
it was smoked on a daggapipe,
dit was gerook op 'n dagpyp.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
where people would put the dagga in and they put the cream on,
En waar
which is
mense,
That's
the
correct.
mandrakes, which is called the white pipe.
so dan waar die mense hulle dit die mandrakes en dan gerook op pyp sit en dit is genoem 'n wit pyp.
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
But I've also heard of people smoking mandrakes in a different way, or taking it in a different way.
En ek het ook nog gehoor dat mense neem of gebruik die mandrakes op verskillende maniere nou.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you use the tuck in the way that I've seen it in evidence and heard about it in the past?
En die tik gebruik in 'n manier wat ek nou verduidelik wat ek ook voorheen gehoor het.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now can you tell us, how did you use the mandrakes?
Kan u dan vir ons verduidelik vir die hof verduidelik hoe het u dan die mandrakes gebruik?
Ek het die patten gerook uit 'n bottel, uit 'n bierbottel uit en ek het meters gerook. Ek het meestal net eentjie pyp gerook. Ek het baie min dagpyp gerook.
I smoke the tablet or the mandrake, my lord, in a bottle. Can I use the Afrikaans word? The bottle head, my lord. The bottle head, yes. I smoked it in there. And then I also didn't smoke much of the marijuana, my lord.
Now just for those that don't understand the slang, can you just explain what you mean by inky paper?
As vir die mense wat nou nie die taal verstaan nie, kan u dan vir die hof verduidelik as u sê dat die eentjie pype.
Ek gooi die eentjie binne die pyp en dan gooi ek die crème in. Voor ek die crème gooi ek die swart binne die eentjie en dan gooi ek die crème op. Dan is het sterker voor sy patten ry.
My lord, can I ask the witness just to repeat please so that I can say it properly? Kan u weer dit vir ons herhaal asseblief?
Ek gooi die eentjie pyp. Ek gooi eers die eentjie in.
I smoked this, the cigarette pipe, my lord. I first put in the cigarette.
En voordat ek die crème opgooi, gooi ek eers.
Before I put in the cream, I first put in.
Dan gooi ek die swart van die patten op.
Then I put in the button, my lord.
En dan ek gooi die crème op.
Then I pour in the cream on top.
Dan is die pypie so vars.
then it's not that, then the pipe is not that fresh.
And then of course the one with the duffer, you will just replace or mix the cigarette with the duffer.
Die een met die dagga, jy kan net weer vervang met die pyp met die ander dagga.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Is there a name for the difference?
Is daar 'n naam vir die verskil?
Is different want dit is werk 'n sekere way, jy kom 'n sekere way in. Almal se as dit dieselfde nie.
It's different, my lord. It's everyone is not the same.
At least now the different pipes with the mandrakes, do they have different effects on you?
Nou die twee pype nie, het hulle verskil hoe word 'n persoon as die persoon die een pyp gebruik het, soos die
Gestel nou, let's accept first the cigarette pipe.
laat ons nou aanvaar 'n sigaretpyp.
Way back it was called the brown pipe and you had the green pipe.
Lang tyd terug, dit was 'n bruin pyp geweest, nou is dit nou die groen pyp.
That's correct. Sorry, my lord.
Why are you laughing at technology?
Hoe lang
Sorry, my lord.
Did you think I wouldn't know?
Ek gedink jy sal dit nie weet nie.
So let's start with the cigarette pipe.
Laat ons nou begin met die sigaretpyp.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Does that give you a high or a low?
Gaan dit maak dit vir jou hoog of by laag? Of maak dit vir jou hoog of slow motion?
In die begin maak dit meer slow motion en
In the beginning, put your person in the slow motion, my lord.
And then
En daarna dit.
en as ek tik gerook en as ek hier wag,
And smoking the tip makes me higher.
yes, thank you. I just thought I'd clear that up because of how she described it, the high and still a little bit higher and then slow motion, because it might become relevant as your questioning grows. I think I know where you're going. That's why I allowed all these questions, because I think you try and put the context proper. Thank you, Ms. Mkaba.
Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted for the chance. You are going to laugh in the stadium while modeling. You like to laugh.
Gaan u lag as u ook nie verhoog is as u model, want like soos u hou van lag.
nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
My last question to you was about the effects. The effects after smoking these drugs, then you've answered me.
Die laaste vraag wat ek u vir gevra het is dat hoe voel 'n persoon as as 'n persoon die dwelms gebruik het, maar u vir my geantwoord.
Now my next question is, how long do those effects last?
Nou my vraag is hoe lank voel 'n persoon onder daai hoe lank affekteer dit 'n persoon?
Soos ek sê, is different ways.
As I said, it's different ways.
Because now I'm asking about you.
Ek
Your
vraag
experiences.
van u se persoon. Ek vraag nou vir u ervaring.
As ek die oggend gerook het en ek rook heel dag, dan vat dit lang.
If I smoke the morning, my lord, and I smoke the whole day,
Dan vat dit lang om uit my liggaam uit my liggaam uit te gaan.
then it takes long to get out of my system.
How long is long?
As u sê dit vat lank om u systeem uit te gaan, hoe lank?
Sê maar so 2 weke.
Say about 2 weeks.
As ek nie geslaap het, dan hy 2 weke in nie.
And if I haven't slept within those 2 weeks.
Thank you. You had 4 children, and in February of 2024, the last 2 were 2 years and 1 year respectively.
In February maand tot 2024, die een was 2 jaar oud en die ander een was 1 jaar oud en 'n maand.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, what would happen to your children when you are in that drug state? For a week, drugs are still in your system. What would happen to your younger children and the youngest? That is 1.
Dan wat gebeur met u kinders nie as u nou die dwelms gebruik het en dit word uit in u stelsel die tyd wat nou aan u verduidelik. Wat gebeur dan met hulle in daardie tyd?
Hulle was in woning saam, hulle was in woning by my en hulle gekyk.
They were present by me and I looked after them.
Okay. Did you also take alcohol?
Het u ook wyn gedrink?
Ja, ek het so nou en dan gedrink.
Yes, I did now and then.
Okay. Do you still remember how old were you when you started experiencing in drugs?
Dan u onthou hoe oud was u die tyd wat u begin eksperimenteer met die dwelms?
Ik kan niet hoe oud was ik geweest, maar ik weet het was toen ik voor ik school toe gaan toen ik al drugs gerookt had.
Kan u weer herhalen asseblief?
Ik zei, ik kan niet onthouden de ouderdom niet, maar voor ik school toe gaan toen ik al drugs gerookt. Net dat.
I can't remember how old I was, my lord, but what I can say is that when I went to high school, before I went to high school, I already experimented with TIC.
But can I just check? Did you complete grade 7?
In grade 7 voltooi.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Now I don't know. Where did you go to school?
Waar heb je school gegaan?
Bij Watsenberg Primary was een lagere school.
Watsenberg Primary is a primary school.
So you were just in the primary school, you never went to high school?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you recall what standard or grade you were in when you started experimenting with drugs?
Dan ewig kan u vir ons sê of kan u onthou hoe oud was u gewees die tyd wat u of watter graad wat u gewees die tyd u begin te eksperimenteer met die dwelms?
Ik was 16 jaar oud geweest toen ik al gerookt.
I was 16 years old already, my lord, when I started smoking.
And you told us that at the time, in February of last year, you were smoking twice or thrice a day.
Je hebt voor ons gesê op die hof gesê dat dit laas jaar February 2024 je 2 keer of 3 keer gerook 'n dag.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabay.
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Lombard, would you describe yourself as a drug addict?
Sal u dan uself beskryf as 'n persoon wat dwelms baie gebruik, verslaaf is aan dwelms?
Nou niet verslaven, ik zou mezelf op mijn eigen borst druk.
I won't say that I'm an addict, my lord. Again.
Ik zal zelf op mijn eigen borst drukken, zal ik zeggen, is gebruik drugs.
I will tell myself that yes, I do use drugs, but I'm not a drug addict.
Thank you. It is your testimony that you've been knowing my client for a period between 7 and 8 months.
U was getuienis geweest dat u ken vir my cliënt vir 7-8 maande.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
How do you count that 7 to 8 months, or where do you start to count that 7 to 8 months?
Hoe tel u dan hierdie 7 tot 8 maande of waar begin dit om te sê waar eindig dit om te sê dit is 8 maande?
Die tijd wat hij van Janda gejaagd bij car was.
The time that he helped Ayanda at the car wash.
I don't know the time.
Ek weet nie wanneer was dit nie.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Can you remember whether it was in the winter Because if we count back and you go to the winter of 2023, or was
They
it
do.
closer to the beginning of 2023 or closer to the end of 2023 that you encountered him for the first time?
As ons nou tel nee, soos jy sê 7 tot 8 maande nee, nou die ons sê, laat ons nou tel ons winter nee, die winter van 2023, ons tel daar vanaf nee, en terwyl dan die 8 maande. Was dit van die tyd af, of was dit die begin van 2023 of na die einde van 2023?
Dit was die begin van 2023.
The beginning of 2023.
Can you recall whether your youngest was born already?
Kan u miskien onthou was die jongste kind gebore?
My kinders.
Yeah, when you met him, did you already have the second, the one with the youngest one?
Toe u hom ontmoet, het hy al die jongste kind gehad al?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Then we know it was less than a year.
Dan ons weet dan nou is minder as 'n jaar.
That's correct, my mom.
Because your child was 1 year old in February of last year.
Want uw kind was een jaar oud laatst jaar 2024.
I'm sorry that it could be more than a year, because if you had met him when the child was a small baby, 1 year would have elapsed. Can you remember how old your child was, the youngest one, Aseko, when you met Mr. Van Rijn, Steffi?
Kan u sê, of kan u onthou hoe oud wat u sy jongste kind, die tyd wat u van meneer Stefano
Hij was al een jaar oud geweest.
He was a year old already.
Aseko is the youngest. He's the one that's 1 year old.
Aseko is die jongste een, Reg is die een wat een jaar oud is.
That's correct.
That's correct, man.
So he
Hij is
was
nu 2 jaar oud.
He's 2 years now.
No, but when you met him, we're talking about between the time that the witness met Mr. Van Rijn and February of last year.
Ons praat nou van die tyd dat een van meneer Van Rijn beskuldig om die twee het geken het of bekend gemaakt met hom, nee. Ons praat van die tyd.
Nee, ik was daar nou, my lord.
No, I understand, man.
Hij was nog geen 1 jaar oud geweest. He.
He was not a year yet, my lord.
So it's less than a year. Yes, Miss Kabari. But just to follow up on that, but you also indicated you're not really friends with him.
En u het ook genoem dat u is nie eintlik vriende saam met hom nie.
That's correct, my lord.
You just met him because of Mr. Apollos.
En u het net hom geleer ken by die meneer Apollos.
That's correct, and Bika was.
That's correct, my lord, en by the car wash.
You used the term in your evidence,
I don't see.
as we say in Afrikaans, because you said it in Afrikaans. He het nie in sy geselskap gesit nie. Didn't really keep company with you.
U het die nou woorde wat u gebruik het, u het in Afrikaanse woorde gebruik, u het in sy geselskap gesit en u het die companies aan hom gehou.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Was it just your worker broer? Your smoking brother?
Julle het nie saam gerook.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
They need to smoke together. Yes, Mr. Kabari.
Did they smoke together or they didn't? My lord?
They did.
They did. Okay. Miss Lombaard, I'm still in my question of this 7 to 8 months. When did you give statement? Let me rephrase my question. When you said you've been knowing my client for a period between 7 and 8 months, were you referring to that period until February 2024?
Ms. Polani, do you need a break?
Yes, please, Lord.
I'm sorry.
It's 12 o'clock. Let's try and make it for 15 minutes assistant.
Yes, I would just take some sweet for the throat.
Just come up to my chambers. I think I've got something that can help you.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Let's just give the interpreter an opportunity to recover. Court adjourned. Thank you. The witness is still under oath.
U moet er nou nie eens nog steeds onder eet.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Let's see how we go. And unfortunately, the second interpreter will only be in the morning. If we need to take more regular breaks to see whether the unfortunate irritation in the throat of Ms. Kulani can clear up. But let's see how we go. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. I will rephrase my last question to make it simple for you.
Ek gaan my laaste vraag herhaal om dit makliker te maak.
When did you last see my client?
Wanneer is die laaste keer wat u my kliënt gesien het? Wanneer was die laaste keer wat u Boskolong met toe gesien het?
Dat was in 19 February.
It was the 19th of February.
Okay. Let us agree that February was the 8th month. We are going to count from February down. I want to see this period between 7 and 8 months you talked about.
Let us nou sê dat February maand was die 8ste maand nie. Ons gaan dan van February maand aftel af.
Do you understand?
Verstaan u?
Ik versta nie.
I don't understand. U sê dat u het vir beskuldiging met twee neste van vir 7 tot 8 maande geken, nee? So nou die progress sê dat laat ons sê maar nou die 8ste maand, February maand van 2024, dit was die 8ste maand, nee? Nou ons gaan nou tel van February maand af, nee?
That's correct.
Nou die my, that's correct.
7 month will be January 2024.
Die 7de maand sal Januarie 24, 2024.
Do you understand?
Verstaan u?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
The 6th month will be December 2024.
Die 6de maand, dit is Desember maand 2024.
That's correct.
Are we together?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
And the 5th month will be November 2023.
Can you please repeat that?
The fifth month will be November 2023.
In die 5de maand sal November maand wat 2024.
That's correct.
That's correct.
4th month will be October 2023.
Die 4de maand sal Oktober maand wees 2023.
That's correct.
That's correct.
The 3rd month will be September 2023.
En die 3de maand sal September wees 2023.
That's correct.
That's correct.
2nd month will be August 2023.
En die 2de maand sal Augustus wees 2023.
And the 1st month will be July of 2023.
En die eerste maand sal Julie wees van 2023.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Does this mean you first saw my client in July of 2023?
Beteken dit u het hom die eerste keer gesien in Julie 2023?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
It is your evidence that you moved in Saldanha in 2017.
U het gesê getuig dat u het Saldanha toegekom getrek van 2017.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
When did you meet Ayanda?
Wanneer het u voor Ayanda ontmoet?
Dat was geweest 2022, 2023.
That was in 2022, 2023.
Meeting someone, it's a memory you keep. You would know if you've met somebody in 2022 or in 2023. Why you are not sure? In your case, when did you meet Ayanda?
As 'n persoon iemand ontmoet nee, 'n persoon sal daai ding nou kan onthou nee. Hoekom is jy dan nog nie seker jy vir 2022 of 2023 ontmoet?
Want ek het gekom Saldanha Bay toe, dat ek weer terug gaan huis toe. Ek het hier in Saldanha Bay gebly nie.
I came to Saldanha Bay, my lord, and then I went back home again. I did not stay in Saldanha Bay.
Where did you meet Ayanda?
Waar het jy vir Ayanda ontmoet?
Waar het ek? In Saldanha Bay.
In Saldanha Bay, my lord.
Now, can you recall the birthday of Ayaka?
Kan u verjaarsdag onthou van Ayaka?
Is 2021.
Kan u weer sê?
2021.
2021.
And Ayanda is Ayaka's father.
Ayanda is Ayaka's pa.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Means that you met Ayanda at least before 2021, or depending on when Ayaka was born in 2021.
Dit beteken dan dat u het vir Ayanda ontmoet in 2021 maanden dan, of de dan af, wanneer was Ayaka gebore?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Do you have Ayaka's birthday? Can you remember it?
Kan u Ayaka se verjaarsdag onthou?
Die 21ste
The 21st
November.
November.
2021.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So Ayaka was born 21 November 2021. That's how I've noted it.
Is Ayaka your first child with Ayanda or your second child?
As Ayaka is de eerste kind met Ayanda of die tweede kind?
De eerste een.
First child.
Okay. Now, if you are having a child with Ayanda and this child was born on the 21st of November 2021. Yes, 2021. Why, when I asked you, when did you meet Ayanda, you said it was between 2022 and 2023?
Die tyd wat ek vir u gevra het, nee, wanneer u vir Ayanda ontmoet, toe sê u dit was in 23, maar Ayaka nee is gebore die 21ste van November maand 2021.
Ek was nie verseker gewees nie.
I was not certain.
About what?
Nie verseker oor wat mevrou.
Wanneer ek vir hom gemeet.
When I met him.
As uncertain as you might be, can that uncertainty give you to a date after the birth of your child?
As u sê u was onseker, nee, en soos u sê u was onseker, dan u gee dan 'n datum na u kind gebore was.
Nee, my lord.
No,
But you've just done that.
maar u het dit nou net gedoen.
Miss Lombard,
Meneer.
remember Miss Mkabayi asked you, when did you meet Ayanda?
Mevrou Lombaard, mevrou Mkabayi het vir u gevra wanneer het u vir Ayanda ontmoet?
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
Then you said 2022 or 2023, where you were uncertain.
U het geantwoord en sy sê 2022, 2023 en sy u was onseker.
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's when I stepped in to clarify, and I thought best to go to the dates of birth of the date of birth of the oldest of the two, because that will give us some idea.
Dit is wanneer ek nou ingetree het om te vra wanneer was u oudste kind gebore wees, so net minder op kan 'n idee kry.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now the question is, You remembered the date of birth of Ayaka was the oldest one. The younger one is Aseko, as I have it.
U was nog gevraagd oor die geboortedatum van Ayaka en want die jongste een Seko.
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
Now the question is, why would you give a date after the date of birth of the oldest of the two?
Nou die vraag is, hoekom gee u dan 'n datum, nee, wat 'n datum nadat u kind gebore was?
Ik heb verkeerd gepraat, my lord.
I spoke wrongly, my lord.
Thank you.
It is your evidence that on your arrival in Saldanha, you stayed with a brother or a sister, with your brother or a sister? Okay.
Kan u vir ons sê die tyd wat jy gekom het oor rivier het in Saldanha, het u met u broer gebly of suster?
Met my broer.
With my brother.
When did you start staying with Ayanda?
Wanneer het u begin met Ayanda te bly?
Hij was toen 21.
It was 2021.
Was it before you gave birth to Ayaka?
Was het voor u geboorte gegee het in Ayaka?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Were you still pregnant at that time, or it was before your pregnancy when you started to stay with Ayanda?
Was u swanger geweest of was u al reeds swanger of was het voor u swanger geword het?
Voor ik zwanger geweest ben.
Before I became pregnant.
When you met him, or when you started staying with him, how many business interests was he involved in?
En die tyd wat u begin het om saam met hom te bly nie, hoeveel besigheid het hy gehad?
Hij heeft dwalms gebruikt, dwalms verkoop en het een scrapyard gehad. In een car wash.
He was selling drugs, had a scrapyard and a car wash.
He has 3 business interests when you met him or when you started staying with him.
Het hy 3 besighede gehad, die tyd wat u op hom ontmoet het of die tyd wat u saam met hom begin te bly het?
Die tijd wat ik ontmoet het.
The time that I met him.
Now we are staying with him. Any other business interest he was involved in?
U bly nou saam met hom nie, het hy ander besighede gehad?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Are you aware of the fight, or were you told, or did he tell you of the fight he had between Steveno's friends and himself?
Weet u of dra u kennis van 'n bekleierery of het hy vir u gesê van 'n bekleierery wat daar tussen hom was en Steveno se vriende?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
You are not aware of this.
U weet nie van dit nie.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
When you heard that my client is suspecting Ayanda of being involved in the disappearance of Joselyn? How did you take that? How did you feel?
Hoe het u gevoel toe u hoor dat beskuldigen met 2 bedink of dink dat Ayanda is betrokken in die verdwijning van Joselyn? I don't understand. Die prokureur vraag nie, hoe het u gevoel nie, hoe het u gevoel die tyd wat u gehoor het, wat die mense sê of gesê was dat Ayanda is betrokken in die verdwijning van Joselyn?
It's not the main Stefano's suspicion. That's we're just trying to.
Maybe just clarify. Did you ever hear? Because we heard evidence when the police first spoke to him, to Stefano. He came up with this speculation about Ayanda, but the potential involvement. We also know that at some stage, it was the 29th of February, so this was before your arrest, the community actually took him and Ayanda to the police station. Now the question is, how did you feel about him specifically when you heard that he was spreading the story that Ayanda might be involved?
Hoe het u gevoel net, die hof het nou recht verduidelik, hoe het u gevoel die tyd wat die polisie het vir hulle geneem, nee? En dit was 2 dae voor sy arrestasie. En toe het hy beskuldig met 2.
It was 2 weke.
2 weke.
About 2 weeks before her arrest.
2 weke voordat hy gearresteer was, nee? Toe was het gesê, toe sê beskuldig met 2 dat, versprei beskuldig met 2 dat Ayanda is betrokken in die verdwijning van Joselyn.
Ik kan het geloofd en ik was gestrest geweest.
I couldn't believe it, my lord, and I was stressed.
Thank you, my lord. And how did you feel towards my client who was suspecting you, Ayanda?
En hoe dan u gevoel teenoor beskuldig met 2 wat gesê het hy gedink dat Ayanda is betrokken in die verdwijning van Joselyn?
Ik was kwaad voor hem geweest.
I was angry at him.
You testify that my client was assisting Ayanda in his car wash for 1 to 2 days.
U het getuig dat my cliënt het vir Ayanda gehelp by die car wash van 1 of 2 dae.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Do you remember when was this?
Kan u onthou wanneer was dit?
Dat was geweest 2023.
2023.
2023 has 12 months.
2023 het 12 maanden.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
When in 2023?
Wanneer in 2023?
Dat was in februari maand geweest.
In februari maand.
And how did you know this?
Hoe het u dit gebeur?
Want ik het het onthoud.
Because I remember it.
Want dat was de eerste keer wat hij van Ayanda gejaagd bij car was.
Because that was the first time he assisted or helped Ayanda at the car wash.
Did you see him?
Can you please repeat that?
Did you see him?
Het u van gezien?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
If you saw my client in February of 2022,
As u my cliënt gesien het in 2023,
it means you were misleading this court when you said
Dit beteken dat u het hierdie beloof mislei, die tyd wat u sê,
when you agreed that you first saw him in July of 2023?
en wanneer u gesê dat u het hom die eerste keer gesien in Julie.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord?
Verstaan.
I don't understand. U het gesê nie, het vir hom verskil met twee. Die eerste keer gesien in Julie, of die eerste keer hom ontmoet in Julie 2023. Toe het u nog getuig om te sê, toe vra die prokureur dat die jaar het 12 maande. Toe sê u in Februarie maand. So die prokureur sê dat u het gesê in eerste keer in Julie 2023 het u vir hom die eerste keer ontmoet. Nou u sê nou is Februarie maand 2023. So dit beteken aan 'n ander manier u het die hof gejok.
Dit was in July maand.
Dit was in July maand.
What was in July?
Can you repeat that, my lord?
What was in July?
What was in July?
Het ek vir hom gemeet.
I met him in July.
You see, counsel asked you earlier, when was the first time you saw him?
Verstaan u die eerste die prokureur het vir u gevra.
She started off by starting, when was the last time you saw him?
Hy het eers begin, sy het eers begin te sê, wanneer was die laaste keer wat u hom gesien het?
And then you answered, 19th of February last year.
En u het geantwoord die 19de Februarie maand laas jaar.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now before that she asked you, for how long have you known him?
En voor dit het sy vir u gevra, hoe lang het u hom geken?
That's when you guesstimate was 7 to 8 months.
En dit is wanneer u geraai het om te sê van 7 tot 8 maande.
Can you recall that?
Kan u dit onthou?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my
Then
lord.
Ms. Nkabai did a count back. My note actually says she's now counting back.
En dit is waar sy begin dit om terug te tel.
And then she came to a statement that she made to you that was, so that means you first saw him in July of 2023, which you confirmed.
En dit is wanneer sy aan die prokureur gesê dat dit beteken jy het hom in Julie 2023 en toe het u geantwoord ja.
Can you recall that?
Kan u dit onthou?
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
Now you're telling us, you first told us that you specifically remembered that you met him in February of 2023.
Nou het u geantwoord om te sê dat nou u onthou dat jy hom spesifiek in Februarie maand 2023 ontmoet.
Now, Ms. Nkabai, put it to you that it means when you told us earlier on it was in July of 2023, you lied to the court.
Nou mevrou Kabau die prokureur sê dat as u sê nou u het hom in July 2023 u het gejok.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u?
Ek verstaan, my lord.
I understand, my lord.
Do you have a comment to the statement she makes?
En u 'n kommentaar op wat die prokureur sê?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. You testify that you don't really sit in my client's company.
U het getuig dat u sit eintlik in sy geselskap.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Can you advance any reasons, if any, why you don't really sit in my client's company?
Kan u dan vir ons verduidelik of vir ons sê hoekom sit u nie in sy geselskap, is daar rede?
Wat ek dan nooit in sy geselskap gesit nie.
Because I've never sat in his company or I've never been in his company before.
Want hy het vir my alright gelyk nie.
Because he did not look alright to me.
I'm not going to pursue that now. I'll come back to your answer later. Now, when did Ayanda leave Saldanha?
Wanneer het Ayanda weggegaan van Saldanha?
Hij was een maart man.
It was in March month. March.
You want to ask me which year? I'll ask March of which year?
Wat jaar? Maart van wat jaar?
2024.
2024. March 2024.
Why did he leave?
Hoekom het hy weggegaan? Hoekom het hy weggegaan?
Want die mensen was op horen geweest.
Because it was a bit chaotic, my lord.
Can you dwell in this chaos? I don't know what to mean.
Kan u dan vir ons verduidelik, as u sê mense wat was oproerig geweest, kan u dit verduidelik?
My lord, ik weet nog niet of ik mag het zeggen of ik weet nog niet hoe om te zeggen nou niet. Maar
I don't know whether I'm permitted to say it or I don't know how to say it, my lord. Or may I say it?
Just say it any way you feel comfortable with.
Say dit in een manier waar u gemaakt voelt.
Soos my lord, ik ken niet die mensen niet. Nou, wat er was mensen geweest naar Ayanda toegekomen.
Just, I don't know the people, my lord. There were people that came to Ayanda.
Maar ik weet niet of het een speerder is.
I don't know whether it's a detective.
Maar hulle werken voor die politiestatie.
They also work for the police.
Toen hulle gekomen naar Ayanda toe.
They came to Ayanda.
En van Ayanda gevat. Die andere mensen van Ayanda gevat politiestatie toe.
The other people took Ayanda to the police station.
Toen die mensen van die politie werken, toen hulle naar mij toe gekomen.
And the people that works for the police came to me.
En hulle het van mij gezegd, maar die politie en die wie nog heeft van Ayanda gevat.
And they said that the police and I don't know who else took Ayanda.
Tot bij die politiestatie.
To the police station.
Voor ondervraag of ik weet nou niet voor wat.
To ask him questions, but I don't know for what.
En toen die mensen komen naar mij toe.
The people came to me.
Toen zei hulle voor mij.
They told me.
Ik moet bij Linky's huis gaan zitten.
I must go sit at Linky's house.
Want Linky was samen met mij geweest die dag.
Because Linky was with me that day.
Toen hulle voor mij vergeet toen zat ik bij Linky's huis.
They gave me a lift and I went to go sit at Linky's house.
En wanneer hulle terugkomen van de politiestatie af.
When they came back from the police station.
Gaat hulle mij krijgen bij Linky's huis.
And they will get me or find me at Linky's house.
En niemand heeft geweten ik is daar bij Linky's huis nie.
Nobody knew or no one knew that I was at Linky's house.
En toen de mensen komen mij halen.
The people came and fetched me.
Toen ik gevraagd waar, toen had ik.
When I asked where am I going.
Toen zei die man van mij, een van die man zei waar toe ons gaan niet.
And the person or the man said that I mustn't tell anyone where we are going.
Toen klom ik in die rijding aan met mijn twee kinders.
I got into the motor vehicle with my two children.
En toen ons gaan politiestatie toe.
We went to the police station.
En toen ons gewacht, zeg maar hier aan buitenkant, ik en mijn twee kinders en die mensen wat samen gereden.
We went there and waited about an hour outside, myself and the two children and the people that we went with there.
Toen kwam haar aan de bakkie.
Another bakkie came there.
Samen met Ayanda.
With Ayanda.
En toen Ayanda kwam naar mij toe.
Ayanda came to me.
Maar zoals ik al verstaan, dat is...
How I understood.
Als de mensen wat zo die hoeken afslaat.
How I understood it, my lord, is the people that demolish the shacks.
En toen Ayanda aangeklommen aan die bakkie en toen kwam die bakkie gereden.
Ayanda got into the bakkie and left with the bakkie.
Maar ik heb Ayanda gevraagd waar we gaan.
I asked Ayanda where are we going.
En Ayanda heeft me zo, ons gaat Langebaanse kant toe.
I understand that we're going to Langebaan direction or Langebaan side.
En ek en Ayanda net twee kinders het saam gegaan saam met die as net 'n man gewees wat gery het.
Myself and Ayanda went and it was only the man that was driving.
Soos ek verstaan was dit by 'n safe house gewees.
As I understood, my lord, it was at the safe house.
Toe ons daar gebly.
We stayed there.
Vir 2-3 weke was ons daar gewees.
We stayed there for 2-3 weeks.
En toe de ander mense kom wat vir die polisie werk.
Other people came that worked for the police.
Want toe vra hulle toe opgesoek na Joshlin.
And they were looking or searching for Joselyn.
En daar was nog ander mense, er was klomp mense wat daar naartoe gekom het.
And there were other people as well. There was a lot of people that came there as well.
En hulle het ons geslaan daar by huis.
And they assaulted or they beat us up there at that house.
En hulle het is geworry van my kinders wat daar gewees het.
They also did not worry about my children that were there.
En die next dag kom maar weer mense.
The following day people came again.
Ek weet nie of het was load shedding, maar die kraan was afgewees aan gewees.
I don't know whether it was load shedding, my lord, but the electricity was all the evening.
En die mense wou klaar was om hulle gesig te gaan, maskers vir gesig was toch gewees.
People had on balaclavas, my lord, the witness shows, and masks, so my lord.
En hulle het kanne gehad by hulle.
They had firearms on them.
En hulle het toppe gehad waar ons moet vir ons gesigte moet indruk.
Tops.
Stukke bomber tickets.
They had tops like a bomber jacket, my lord, where we had to put in our faces.
En het was eerst door mij navragen vragen.
It was instantly for me, my lord, after was asked a question.
Toen zei maar ik weet niet waar Joselyn is.
I said that I don't know where Joselyn is.
En toen hebben we gezegd en hij bomber jacket ingedrukt.
And they placed my head or my face in that bomber jacket.
En die kon bezig wat om mijn lichaam gedraaid.
And the blanket was wrapped around my body.
En verder aan toen ik al wist wat ik aan dit Joselyn gelopen.
And further, my lord, I had to go and show or direct which side away Joselyn walked to.
Want dat was die vrouw wat hulle voor mij gevraagd. Toen zei ik, maar ik weet niet waar Joselyn is.
Because that's a question they asked me, and I said that I don't know where Joselyn is.
Want hulle het gezegd, Stefano is iemand gezegd, ik weet wat ik aan toen Joselyn gelopen.
Stefano said that I'm the one that knows where Joselyn walked to.
Sorry, what was Stefano there? Or those people said?
Was Stefano daar geweest of het die mensen zo gezegd?
Die mensen zo gezegd.
The people said that.
Yes.
En verder aan toen zelf mee met samenlerij.
And furthermore, they said that I must ride with them.
Toen ik gegaan samen met hulle.
I went with them.
Toen ik mijn kinders bij Ayanda gelost.
I left my children with Ayanda.
Ik samen met hulle gesearched in die bossen en looking for Joselyn.
I searched with them in the bushes, searching for Joselyn.
Toen was ik zo bang geweest.
I was so scared.
Toen wil ik gaan toepen.
I wanted to run.
Toen zelf met haar miskiet.
They said they're going to shoot me.
Toen ik die gaat, wil ik staan na bij die mensen.
I did not run. I stood there by the people.
En hulle wil niet zo daarbij aan die politie geweest het.
Can you read it around?
Hulle wil zo daarbij aan die politie ze kant geweest het. Hulle het één kant hulle gestaan.
They did not want to be near the police, my lord. They just stood by the side.
En hulle het die kant van mij geweest.
They showed me the firearm.
En toen ons weer in die kar geklim, aan die bakkie geklim, aan die kar geklim en toen rij ons.
We got into the bakkie again and we left. In the motor vehicle we left.
Tot daar bij die pad, die voer zo'n mensen aankomen bij die Asbel.
But the road being flat, my lord, as you go into, get into Daysville.
Tot ik oorgeklim naar een andere rijding aan.
And I went over to another motor vehicle.
Tot die andere mans mensen mij weggeneemd tot via wat hij me gekregen.
And the other men, those men there, my lord, took me to the point where I was taken from, or where I was.
Is that now Linky's house or the other place in Langebaan?
As it been Linkista is geweest of weer Langebaan. The witness is emotional, my lord.
Was een lange baan geweest.
In Langebaan, my lord.
Just one moment. Just want to see whether we can finish this portion if we can. Otherwise, we're going to take an adjournment now. Ms. Lombard? We will, it's 10 to 1. Shall we take the lunch and adjournment now till 1:45? It's 55 minutes. So we'll take the lunch and adjournment till 13:45. The court will adjourn.
all rise.
The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
U moet nou, u is nog steeds onder eed.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
You were busy narrating the story to us about being fetched and taken away to Langebaan and ultimately you were taken back to Langebaan. What happened to Ayanda then?
U het vir ons beduidelik waar u was by Langebaan gewees, u was daar gehaal en weer terug in die Langebaan. Dan wat het gebeur met Ayanda?
Ayanda was by die huis gewees, by die kinders.
Ayanda was at home with the children.
At your place?
By u se plek.
By Langebaan.
In Langebaan.
I don't think the microphone of the witness is on. Now, just before you continue, Ms. Mkapai, there's something I was thinking about that we might want to clarify, because we have the plea explanations. We've also heard other evidence about an incident that happened on the 29th. Can you maybe describe these bakkies that were involved in what seems to be an abduction and a torture that you describe?
Kan u vir ons die bakkies oor die vervoer verduidelik vir ons wat so tot vervoersing oor die bakkies want hulle is op 'n ontvoering en waar ingegaan was.
Er was een bakje wat een kap achter gehad en was geschreven langs de sides, maar ik kan niet onthouden wat was het, omdat het was geschreven.
It was a bakkie, my lord, with a canopy at the back. There was some writing along the side, but I can't remember what was written on the sides.
Can you remember the color of the vehicle?
Kan u onthou die kleur van die voertuig?
Dat was wat maar was nog een color bij mij, ik kan niet uitmaken wat de color was, onthouden.
It was white in color, but there was another color on as well, my lord, but I can't remember what color it was.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. Do you remember the place where this assault took place?
Kan u onthou die plek waar hierdie aanranding plaasgevind het? Waar was die aanranding?
Ik weet niet wat de plek was in Langebaan en Langebaan.
I don't know the place, but it's somewhere in Langebaan.
Was my client still, amongst the people who were assaulted?
Was my client still, tussen die mense wat aangerand was?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Do you still remember the date of this assault?
Kan u die datum onthou wanneer van hierdie aanranding?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Was Asanda also assaulted?
Asanda or Ayanda?
Ayanda. Was Ayanda also assaulted?
Was Ayanda ook aangeraan?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, my question to you before what you called case, my question to you was, how did he leave? How did Ayanda leave Saldanha?
With Ayanda na Saldanha gegaan, with hy geloop in Saldanha.
Van Langebaan af, toe ons Langebaan gebied daar, vanaf toe gaan ons polistasie, toe Langebaan te polistasie.
From Langebaan, my lord, there in Langebaan, we went to Langebaan police station.
O daar gebleven 2 dagen, 3 dagen, wanneer ze boven gekomen voor de school.
Hoeveel dagen, mevrouw?
2, 3 dagen.
We stayed there to about 2 or 3 days.
If you can, before you give me an explanation, I don't need an explanation per se. Just tell me, how did Ayanda leave Saldanha? If you can.
As u kan vir my sê with Ayanda weggegaan van Saldanha. Ek wil jy 'n hele verduideliking hê. As ek net kan sê hoe hy weggegaan van Saldanha.
As die Joselyn se case.
Because of Joslyn's case.
Yes, but how did he leave? Did somebody take him away? Did he drive away? Did he take a taxi or a bus? Do you know?
Het hy 'n taxi gevat?
Iemand van Kwal.
Someone came to fetch him. Someone came to fetch him.
Where was he when this someone came to fetch him?
Waar was hy gewees toe hierdie persoon kom haal?
Hy was aan sy broers huis gewees.
He was at his brother's house.
Can you say he left against his will or he voluntarily left Saldanha?
So you can say hy sê hy wil uitgeloop of hy was forceer om Saldanha te gaan.
Hy persoon van gevra as hy beter hoe om met Saldanha by te gaan.
The person, wat het ek?
Die persoon van gevra of van gesê as hy beter is hoe om met Saldanha by te gaan.
The person asked him, my lord, and said that is the better way or that's the best way to get out of Saldanha.
Which person is this? Do you know the person?
Wat 'n persoon is dit? Ken u die persoon?
Ek ken nie die persoon, maar ek weet sy gesig.
I don't know the person, but I know the person's face.
Were you also present when this person arrived and fetched Ayanda?
Was u ook teenwoordig die wat die persoon daar gekom het en vir Ayanda gevat het?
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
And you were left behind?
En u was agtergelos.
Ek het saam met hom gegaan.
Kan u weer sê?
Ek het saam met hom gegaan.
I left with him.
Okay. Come back tonight. When Ayanda was leaving Saldanha, you said you left together. Was he happy? We're talking about somebody who has 3 business interests in Saldanha. Was he happy when he was leaving Saldanha?
Jy het gesê dit was Ayanda weggaan van Saldanha gaan en jy het saam met hom gegaan. Was hy gelukkig geweest om in Saldanha uit te gaan want iemand nou hy 3 besighede gehad?
Nee, was nie gelukkig nie.
No, he was not happy.
Do you know the reasons why he had to leave?
Weet u die rede hoekom moet hy weggegaan het?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Can I just take one step back? Not sure whether I heard correctly. This person who took him away and suggested it would be better for him to take away, is this person linked in any event to the people that were questioning you?
Ek gaan net terug aan bietjie nee. Die persoon wat gekom het en gesê het dit is die beste manier or a better way om in Saldanha uit te kom, is die deel van die mense wat vir hom of vir u aangerand het.
Dat is die mense wat vir hom, wat nou toch om en vir my sê, hy moet weggaan.
Kan u weer eens sê asseblief?
Dat is die eerste mense wat vir hom gesê het, is die beter manier om in Saldanha Bay te gaan.
That the first people, the people that told him that that is a better way or the best way to get out of Saldanha, my lord.
Were these different people to the ones that took you to Langebaan?
Was dit die verskillende mense gewees, was dit die ander mense gewees wat u vir Saldanha Bay toe geneem het?
Langebaan.
Langebaan, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So two different groups of people.
So, twee verskillende groepe.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
It's just a little bit two steps backwards. I'm sorry about that. This person who said this will be the better way or the best way to leave Saldanha. What was your understanding of that? Because I don't understand it. This will be the best way for you to leave Saldanha.
Die persoon wat gesê het dit is die beste way of die beste manier om Saldanha uit te gaan. Ek verstaan, kan u, wat het u verstaan met dit?
Want die mense was op hoger geweest, mense die ook al aanpraat van Ayanda, dat is hoekom, dus ek gedink dat is die rede hoekom die persoon gesê het Ayanda moet weggaan.
It's because it was a bit chaotic here in Saldanha, my lord, and the people wanted also to break down our shack, my lord, and for my assumption, I took it that the person was saying that is the best way to get out of Saldanha because of that.
And which mode of transport did you use to leave Saldanha?
Wat soort voertuig het u gebruik om uit Saldanha te kom?
Dit was hulle voertuig geweest.
It was their mode of transport.
This person's transport.
Was dit hierdie persoon se voertuig?
Dit was die polisie se transport geweest.
It was a police transport.
This person who came to where you were and Ayanda, was he a civilian or a policeman?
Die persoon wat na u toe gekom het in Ayanda, was dit 'n polisiebeampte gewees of was dit maar net 'n persoon van die publieke normale mens?
Soos ek verstaan, soos ek al gehoord Ayanda en die mansmens praat,
how I understood, my lord, and so I saw Ayanda and this man was speaking.
En ek het al vir Ayanda gevra,
I asked Ayanda,
wie is die persoon?
Who is this person?
Toe het Ayanda aan my gesê,
Ayanda said to me,
dat is 'n speerder of 'n kaptein, ek is so seker wat 'n kaptein of 'n speerder is.
And Ayanda said that the detective, I'm not sure what they said, the detective or captain.
Did you leave the same day when this man came or you left the following day?
Het julle geloop, dus het u dieselfde dag geloop of dieselfde dag wat die man gekom het of op 'n ander dag?
Ons het dieselfde tyd het ons geloop.
We left the same time.
So just to understand, so that we don't get confused. There was this group of people that took you to Langebaan initially.
Daar was die groep mense wat julle Langebaan toe geneem het.
Dis korrek, my lord.
And that's where the incidents with the bomber jacket and the blankets happened.
En dit is waar die bomber jacket incident en die kombers incident gebeur het.
Dis korrek, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Thereafter, you and Ayanda, you went to Langebaan police station.
Nadat en Ayanda het julle Langebaan polisiestasie toe gegaan.
Dis korrek, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
That's where you stayed for 2 to 3 days, and then somebody with a police vehicle fetched you there.
En dit is waar julle gebly van 2 tot 3 dae en dit is iemand wat daar gekom het wat julle kom haal het.
Dis korrek, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
But were you fetched from the police station or from Ayanda's brother's house?
Was gehaal van die polisiestasie af van Ayanda se broer se huis?
Na by Langebaan se polisiestasie, ons weer teruggegaan tot daar was die broers en tot die persoon voor kwaad daar.
After near Langebaan police station, my lords went to Ayanda's brother's house. That's where they fetched us.
Thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
Thank you. Now this police van fetched you to where? Where did it take you?
Hierdie polisievoertuig het hier vir hulle gehaal, of vir julle gehaal en waar toe dit vir julle geneem?
Van Langebaan se polisiestasie af tot in Saldanha Bay by sy broer se huis.
He took us from Langebaan police station and took us to his brother's house in Saldanha Bay.
I am at his brother's house now.
Ek is nou by die broer se huis, nee?
That's correct.
That's correct.
At his brother's house, where did this police van take you to?
Van die broer se huis af. Waar het die polisievoertuig vir julle geneem?
Cape Town, ek weet nie waar Cape Town, waar bly sy broer?
In Cape Town, I don't know where his brother resides in Cape Town.
Wait. So from Langebaan, you didn't come back to Saldanha.
So
Ayanda's brother, does he live in Cape Town somewhere?
dan bly Ayanda se broer iewers in die Kaap en hulle het nie teruggekom Saldanha Bay toe.
Een broer bly in die twee broers bly in die Kaap en een broer bly in Saldanha Bay.
2 brothers reside in Cape Town and the one other brother resides in Saldanha Bay.
So were you taken from the brother in Saldanha to another brother in Cape Town?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you have any chance, any opportunity to go to your house before this police van took you to Cape Town?
Het jy 'n kans gehad om na u huis te gaan voor hierdie voertuig vir julle Kaap toe geneem het?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Then from Cape Town, where did you go?
Dan van die Kaap af, want het julle gegaan?
Toe ons daar gebly op sy broers by die yard op sy by sy broer.
We stayed at the brother's yard
In Cape Town.
in die Kaap.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Is Ayanda still in Cape Town?
Is Ayanda nog steeds in die Kaap?
Hy is in Eastern Cape.
He's in the Eastern Cape.
We know that from Saldanha, you were driven in a police van to Cape Town. Do you know whether he was still driven by the police van from Cape Town to the Eastern Cape?
Ons weet dat van hierdie kant af van Saldanha af, nee, hulle het in 'n polisievoertuig gery Kaap toe. So nou wat ek probeer wil weet is dit van die Kaap af tot in die Oos-Kaap was hy gery deur die polisie of in die polisievoertuig.
Ik weet niet of hij het of zou moeten gaan rijden.
I don't know if he drove or he went with whom. I don't know.
He didn't tell you how he traveled to the Eastern Cape from Cape Town.
Hy het nie vir u gesê hoe het hy gery of gegaan van die uit die Kaap uit na die Oos-Kaap toe.
Ik was niet tijd bij deze, ik was eigenlijk aan die politie daar, bij die tronk geweest.
I was not at home that time. I was at the prison.
So where were you arrested? In Cape Town or here in Saldanha?
So waar was u gearresteer, in die Kaap of hier in Saldanha Bay?
In Saldanha Bay.
Here in Saldanha, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Before the disappearance of Joselyn,
Voor Joselyn verdwyn het,
did Ayanda ever discuss him one day going to the Eastern Cape or relocating or leaving Saldanha?
voor Joselyn weggeraak het, het Ayanda ooit gepraat om te sê dat hy sal beoog om terug te gaan Oos-Kaap toe.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Where in the Eastern Cape?
Waar in die Oos-Kaap?
Ik weet niet of ik nog rechts in een Yellowvale of... Maar het is aan een Yellowvale.
I can't really say is it in Yellowvale or is it in Yellowvale, my lord, but somewhere in Yellowvale.
Do you know in which district are your children residing?
En weet u waar in die, watter district bly u kinders?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
It is enough for you to know that they are in the Eastern Cape with Ayanda. That information is enough for you.
Dit is daai informasie wat u het, dit is maar net genoeg om te sê hulle is met die Ayanda in die Oos-Kaap.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Why you didn't ask him the district in which they are in the Eastern Cape?
Hoekom het u nie gevra nie waar presies in die Oos-Kaap?
Hy het vir my gesê hy is by sy ma.
He said that it is at his mother's place.
Where?
Waar?
Eastern Cape is big.
Oos-Kaap is groot.
Ik weet niet waar, maar hij het net genoemd die naam, Yellowvale.
I don't know where, but he just named the name and said Yellowvale.
Thank you, Ms. Lombaard. Now we are at your evidence. In your evidence, I'm sorry. You testify that on the 18th and in the morning.
En u secretaris het getuig dat op die 18de, die oggend,
While you were going to Kelly's place, you saw a bakkie.
terwyl u op pad na Kelly's huis toe, u het 'n bakkie gesien.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Now it has come to this court that the bakkie you alleged that you've seen on the 18th, it was not there on the 18th. It was there on the 17th of February 2024.
Ons het nog gehoor of dit bygekom dat die bakkie wat u sê u dit op die 18de gesien, dit was nie gesien, die getuienis wat daar is dit was op die 17de, die bakkie was daar gewees die 17de.
My heart, please. That wasn't evidence that was there in court. It was reference made to an affidavit that has only provisionally been allowed.
Question was, it has come to the court's attention.
As the court
I'll allow the question, but maybe again, as I've impressed upon Mr. Aramsa, when we work with a witness, try and put a little bit of context. So we're now dealing with the bakkie, the detective bakkie that came there for the chicken theft.
Ons praat nou oor van die bakkie wat daar gekom het van die hoenderdiefstal.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord?
So you've heard from Mr. Haramsa that, and there's a statement that he handed in,
U het nou gehoor,
that policeman says he was there on the Saturday, the 17th, and not Sunday, the 18th.
U het gehoor tijdens wat meneer Harmse u vraag gevra het, nee, dat hierdie bakkie, nee, was daar gewees die 17de, die Saterdag, en nie die 18de nie, die bakkie van die hoenderdiefstal.
Die bakkie het die Sondag gekom.
The bakkie came there the Sunday.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Now the court has already asked you that question. I wanted to hear what is your comment on that. I'll leave that question.
Yes.
Now the picture you've painted before this court and in your evidence in chief is that
Die prentjie wat u voor u hoofd gesit het, nee, en wat u gesê het tydens wat u getuig het,
the reason why you left your house that morning is because you wanted to ask food for your children from Kelly.
en die rede wat die rede wat u daai oggend, nee, geloop het of gegaan het na Kelly toe, is om kos te vra vir u kinders.
Dis correct.
That's correct.
But I see you standing there the whole morning and afternoon without asking food for your children.
Ek sien u is daar die heel oggend en die middag, maar u het nie kos gevra nie vir u kinders nie.
Vir Kelly nou.
From Kelly now,
Where were you going to ask food from
waar sou u kos gevra het dan?
when you're leaving your house in the morning?
By Kelly,
From Kelly.
Yes.
ek het vir haar.
I did ask her.
That will be evidence number 4. In your evidence in chief, you didn't. Under cross-examination, you were asked why you didn't. You came with the new story of Ayanda sending somebody at home with money. It's new that you did indeed ask for food for your kids.
Can you just please repeat the last part, please?
Again, let's try and assist the witness. You've established very well the background of the witness, and I think we need to be sensitive, not try and confuse the witness. And I'm not saying you attempting to do that,
not
but
at all.
it is
Not
just
at all, my
with
lord.
respect to the witness and her abilities. So when you took the food to Ayanda,
Die tyd wat u die kos geneem het na Ayanda toe,
you told us that he was going to send somebody with money so that you can buy food.
u vir ons gesê dat hy sal iemand stuur met geld om kos te gaan koop.
Dis correct.
That's true, my lord.
But you've told us the whole story of going to the house, and I'm not going to rerun the question of whether the kids were with or not. I think we've had enough of that. Then, of course, the detective was there about the chickens.
U het gaan na om kos te gaan vra vir die kinders en ek gaan nie alles herhaal oor wat het gebeur, was die kinders saam of nie, en die speler wat daar gewees, oor die ondersoekbeampte was daar gewees oor die hoenders diefstal.
But then it became a bit chaotic there because now Buta and Kelly were arguing.
Maar nou die goed was bietjie chaos gewees, want Kelly en Boeta het 'n stryery gehad.
Dis correct.
That's correct.
So, unless I've missed it, Ms. Nkabai is correct. Up till now, you haven't told us that you've asked Kelly for food.
En miskien as ek dit gemis het nie, van Kabaye is reg, want tot hierdie punt, u het nog nie vir ons gesê nie, het u die kos gevra vir die kinders.
Dis correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Dat jy nog nie vir ons gesê het nie, that you
Dat
didn't
u
tell
het
us
nog nie vir
yet.
ons gesê nie, dat u het kos gevra.
Except now.
Behalwe nou.
Dis correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now you can ask Ms. Nkabai.
Now, at this hour, you are telling this court that you asked food for your kids from Kelly.
Nou, op hierdie uur, u sê vir ons dat u het kos gevra vir u kinders van Kelly af. U het vir Kelly gevra vir kos vir die kinders.
Dis correct.
That's correct.
Okay. Is that correct? Did
Is
you
it-
ask food?
Ek vra kos vir my kinders.
Yes, I asked for food for my kids.
Why did you ask food for your kids from Kelly?
Hoekom het u vir Kelly gevra vir kos vir die kinders?
Want daar was genoeg kos vir my kinders gewees. Was net vir Janda.
Because there was not enough food for myself and the children. It was for Ayanda.
The answer you are giving me now, it is totally different to the answer you've given to my learned colleague.
Die antwoord wat u nou vir my gee, dit is 'n ander antwoord nou as soos u vir die ander prokureur gegee het.
I'm going to remind you. In your evidence in chief,
Getuienis in hoof,
you testify that after you've watched what happened there, you testify that then you left for your home to prepare food for your kids and Ayanda.
U het gesê dat u na u huis toe gegaan om kos te gaan maak vir u en vir Ayanda.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And my learned colleague for the state asked you,
And
what time was that now?
En die staat-aanklaer het vir u vraag gevra, hoe laat was dit?
That's correct.
That's correct.
And your answer was, it was 1 p.m.
En u se antwoord was, dit was 1 uur.
Her follow-up question was,
En die volgende vraag was,
where did you get the food
en die
that
antwoord,
you were going to prepare for your kids?
en die vraag was, waar het u die kos gekry wat u sal reggemaak het vir die kinders?
Do you still remember that?
Kan u dit onthou nog?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now you brought a new piece of evidence that you've never mentioned in your evidence in chief. You said Ayanda sent a guy. First guy was to fetch the polish, and the second guy was to give you money to buy food for the kids.
En u het nou 'n nuwe getuienis voor die hof gesê. U het gesê die eerste persoon het daar gekom vir die polish, om die polish kom haal, en die ander een het hom geld gebring om die kos te gaan koop.
Right.
That is the truth.
Please explain to me. Maybe there's something I don't understand from your answers.
Kan u dan vir my verduidelik, miskien dat iets wat ek nie verstaan van u se getuienis af nie?
Because two different versions cannot be the truth.
Want twee verskillende goed kan nie die waarheid wees nie.
Hoe bedoel mevrou?
How do you mean, ma'am?
You are telling me now that you did ask food from Kelly.
U sê nou vir ons dat u het kos gevra van Kelly.
When this question was put to you yesterday or a day before, you said no. Ayanda sent somebody to you with money. I remember the court asked you, what time where did you get the time to buy? It was flour and flakes. Where did you get that time?
Maize.
Maize, yes. Maize and meat. Where did you get that time?
En iemand ook gevra, nadat u was gevra, nee, dus die antwoord wie dat Ayanda het iemand gestuur om die geld, vir die geld om kos gaan koop, nee, dit was die meal gewees en die vleis. En die hof het ook u gevra, hoe laat was dit die tyd?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, tell me, which one is the truth?
Nou sê vir my, wat een is die waarheid?
Voor Ayanda weer, toe gaan ek en Ayanda gepraat oor die kos van vanmiddag.
Before Ayanda went to work, myself and Ayanda spoke about the food for the afternoon.
En toe hy iemand gestuur om die polisie te kom haal, toe vra ek vir die persoon.
And he sent someone to come and fetch the polish, and I asked this person,
hoe laat is dit?
And what time it is?
Good. If what you are telling the court is the truth,
Goed, as dan wat u nou vir die hof sê as dit die waarheid is,
why did you tell this court that when you left your house in that morning, you went to ask food for your kids from Kelly, if Ayanda was going to provide for you?
Dan hoekom het u dan, as die waarheid is, as u getuige dat u het die oggend geloop, nee, om kos te gaan vra by Kelly vir die kinders, as Ayanda sou geld gegee het vir kos?
Dit was die oggend wat daar nie genoeg kos gewees vir my kinders nie.
That was the morning, my Lord, when there was not enough food for myself and the kids.
I am in that
The
morning.
witness was wanted to explain further, my Lord.
Yes.
In die middag het Ayanda die geld gestuur om kos te maak vir die middag vir ons om te eet.
And Ayanda sent the money the afternoon so that we can make food for the afternoon.
I'm still in the morning. I didn't go to the evening or in the afternoon. I'm asking you questions regarding the morning.
Ek is nog steeds besig met die oggend, mevrou, ek is nog nie by die middag nie.
Does it make sense for you? If Ayanda is telling you that I'm going to send money, for you to take your children and say I'm going to Kelly to ask food for my kids?
Can you please repeat the first part, please?
Before Ayanda left for work,
Voor Ayanda werk toe gegaan het,
you discussed the budget of food for the afternoon, for the kids and for him.
julle het gepraat oor die kos vir die middag vir u en die kinders.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
If now you were given that promise or that hope by Ayanda, why did you tell this court that you went to Kelly to ask food for the kids?
As Ayanda dan u daai hoop gegee het, net dan geld gestuur word om kos te gaan koop vir die kinders vir die middag. Hoekom het u dan na Kelly toe gegaan om kos te gaan vra die oggend?
Dit was my eie, ek het vir myself sê, ek gaan daar by Kelly sê, en gaan kos vra vir my kinders.
I told myself that I'm going to Kelly's house and ask food for my children.
You know why you are making all these unnecessary discrepancies in your evidence?
Weet jy hoekom is daar so verskillende die so foute is in wat u sê?
Do you know the reason why?
Weet u die rede?
Nee, my Lord.
No, my Lord.
You want me to tell you the reason why you are making these discrepancies?
Wil u ek moet vir u sê hoekom is daar so baie hoekom is daar so foute?
Mevrou kan maar sê,
You may say, ma'am,
Because you are lying.
as want u prekleens.
ek lieg nie.
I'm not lying.
You told the court in the morning
U het vir die hof gesê die oggend
that your mother and your father disciplined you.
en u het gesê dat u se ma en pa het gedissipline.
Dis korrek.
Yes, that's correct.
It's common cause. It was not the first time you were going at Kelly's place on the 18th.
Ons weet dat dit was nie die eerste keer wat u na Kelly se huis gegaan het daai dag,
As you said in your evidence.
soos u gesê het in u se getuienis.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
When you visit them, as you said, accused to their friends, when you visit them, how do you enter their house?
As u nou na hulle toe gaan om vir hulle te gaan kuier, nee, hoe gaan u in die huis in?
Ek klop aan die deur.
I knock at the door.
Why on this day, on the 18th of February 2024, you chose not to knock at the door, but to go and stand in the corner?
Hoekom op hierdie dag op die 18de, nee, aan die 18de van Februarie maand 2024, u het nie gaan klop nie by die deur nie, maar u het gekies om agter te staan in die hoek.
Want ek het gehoor stemme.
It's because I heard voices.
They are your friends. If you heard voices, was not a right for you to knock and inquire what was happening. These are your friends.
Soos u sê is u vriende nie, as u nou stemme gehoor het, wat het nie net reg om te klop, om te vra wat gaan aan.
Nee, ek het eers stil gestaan om te luister wat die stemme is daarvoor dat ek gaan klop.
No, I first stood still to hear the voices, whose voices are those.
Okay. You didn't only stood there. You stood there and eavesdropped.
U het nie daar gestaan nie. U het daar gestaan en geluister. Afgeluister.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Why did you do that?
Hoekom het u dit gedoen?
Want ik het geluisterd wat de stemmen is in die huis.
Because I was listening to whose voices or which voices are those in the house.
That is a private property.
Dat is iemand se eiendom.
You don't respect people's spaces.
U respekteer nie iemand se plek nie of goed nie.
Ik heb gehoord als stem in die kamer, wat de stem, ik geluisterd wat de stem is in die kamer en toen hoor ik Kelly en Buddha praten in die kamer.
I heard the voices in the room, my lord, and I heard that is Kelly and Buddha's voices in the room.
Don't you know that people in their private spaces, they've got a right to privacy?
Weet jy dat mense op hulle eie private plek, hulle private goed.
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you think what you did is allowed or permitted by the morals of the society?
Dink u nou wat u nog gedoen het is reg om daar te staan en afluister mense in hulle eie plekke?
Ik weet het is reg, maar ik heb gehoord wat Kelly en Buddha gepraat het.
Yes, I know it's not correct or right, but I heard what Kelly and Buddha spoke about or said.
With due respect before this court, my lord, I request to stop here. Tomorrow I want to start on my client's instructions.
On your part. I had a discussion with a defense counsel and the state in chambers earlier about the planning for this afternoon. Now, you would be aware that the interpreter's been struggling the whole morning. So we need to give her a break as well. And it's been a long day for the witness. Witness has been on the witness stand for a long time now. But also it makes sense when you cross-examine that you split it up at a sensible point. We would not have finished with a witness this afternoon because we normally adjourn at 3 because we start an hour earlier than the normal time. So I'm going to take the adjournment now till tomorrow morning. We must try and finish this witness by tomorrow afternoon. So we might push a little bit during the day. We're going to have 2 interpreters tomorrow to assist us so that we can plan for the next 3 days where we're going. Not going to push counsel too hard. I know you're almost there. It is now your instructions, Mr. Nkabai, and Mr. Sivnarayan will have the better part of the day. So that we just try and utilize our time. Today is a bit of a difficult situation, so I also don't want us not to have Ms. Pulani tomorrow with no voice. Then it's not helpful at all. So till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Mr. Apollos, Mr. Van Rijn, you know the drill by now. Malmesbury Correctional Centre, Ms. Smith, you will be held at Langebaan SAPS, and then hopefully we can make up some of the time tomorrow. Court will adjourn till tomorrow morning at 9.